All right, welcome everybody. What a day. What a day. Kyle Rittenhouse in the middle of his testimony. A very risky move for the defense to call the defendant as a witness. I spoke to a couple of trial attorneys this morning who said you do that if you're really confident that the facts so overwhelmingly favor your client that no cross-examination is going to damage your case. That is, in not so many words, the perspective of attorneys that I spoke to this morning. Okay, a few housekeeping elements. We typically record live calls for the Friday show on Wednesday in about 45 minutes. That's 75% of an hour from now forward in time, to make it really clear. Because this is going on, and I anticipate a lot of the questions will be about this, and we want to broadcast this, we're going to do that later, okay? So that's going to be later, not now. We're going to reschedule live calls. It'll be at some point later today, I think. And we will follow up about that. My rant yesterday about the trial in relation to the viewers of Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bunnell II. We are putting it on YouTube in about 2 hours. It's going to be a standalone clip. I did get one message. Not a message, rather. This was posted to our subreddit about that. Let's see what it says. David discussing encountering the dark side of Destiny's audience. I'm glad he mentioned it. It felt like I was taking crazy pills for a while there in trying to point that out. Some of those folks, the edgelord centrists who are championing Rittenhouse and just happen to despise BLM, were also accumulating in David's audience over time. I feel like just this light response to it might get them to go away. That's interesting. We'll see when the clip goes out. Though maybe it will embolden them to become hate watch trolls. That may be. Yeah, there are folks clipping David out of context and sending it to Destiny to try to prove something. I've gotten reports that that's happening. You can't blame Destiny for the worst of his audience, and they're at least not entirely. But as I pointed out in another thread, when Destiny himself goes into David's live stream and starts trolling and laughing at people who want to see accountability. Oh, did Steven do that? I didn't even know that he did that. I don't know anything. I just do my show. It becomes pretty clear why he attracts a certain kind of audience. Oh, my God. I understand there's a lot of crossover at this stage with Destiny's audience, the good, the bad, and everyone in between. So I expect to get ratioed for this. But I feel like it has to be said. Share your thoughts on this. Yeah, so listen, I don't know. We're going to be putting out the clip from yesterday as a standalone clip. Now, was Kyle Rittenhouse crying? Did they break because he was crying? Is that actually what's happening? Can someone tell me for sure? Because I missed it. I was getting ready. Actually, I can go back and watch it, I guess. So let's see. Oh, my God. Yeah, hold on a second.
I take a step back.
Okay. When you step back from Mr. Zeminski, what's your plan?
My plan is to get out of that and go back north down Sheridan Road to where the car source lot number 2 was.
And did you get back? Were you able to go in a northerly direction?
I wasn't.
Describe what happens.
Once I take that step back, I look over my shoulder, and Mr. Rosenbaum was now running from my right side, and I was cornered from in front of me with Mr. Zeminski, and there were there were 3 people right there.
Take a deep breath, Kyle.
That's what I That's right, run.
We're going to just take time for our break anyway. You can just relax for a minute, sir. We're going to take a break about 10 minutes, and please don't talk about the case during the break. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial.
I mean, this really presents a challenge for the prosecution. I know there's people in the chat saying that that's obviously real and others saying it's performative. I don't know. Okay? I do not know. It does raise a real tactical question for the cross-examination because this crying is probably good for him. The type of crying that could be elicited by the prosecution in cross-examination might not be good for the prosecution. It might also be good for the defense. So this is going to be maybe the most interesting day so far. So we're going to be watching all of it and looking at everything very strongly. Hades says MAGA don't think real men cry. I know. Welcome, everybody. It is day 7 of the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, and we are right in the middle of a break precipitated by Kyle Rittenhouse crying explosively, and the judge granted a 10-minute break. That break has now been going on for about 10 minutes, so we're expecting them to be back any moment. We are only on YouTube and Facebook because we are banned from Twitch for 30 days. Today is day 2, 28 days to go. Day 2 of the Twitch ban. Did I say Twitter? I mean Twitch. Day 2 of the Twitch ban, 28 days to go. So we are here on YouTube. We do have, let me see, where did I have this? Update to the mustache. Yeah. Let's save it. And then open with, could we open with elements of Chrome? Where is Chrome? All right, I don't have it. That's okay. This is the Stop the Shave update. Okay. Oh my God, this is horrible. Let's see. Here we go. There we go. So, the mustache survived yesterday. If we're under 50 members by the end of today, it goes. If we get to 50, it survives. And I have promised that if the mustache makes it to Friday, as you can see here, on Monday, I will present myself with the full hair and I will darken the mustache. Okay, that's what's on the table for Monday. And if you don't care about that, just ignore it. You don't have to participate. Nobody has to participate. But in all seriousness, we are really getting crushed by having lost these 1,000 paid subscribers on Twitch. So I would love for you to sign up either on my website at joinpacman.com. You can use the coupon code UPINTHEAIR. You can also make a pledge on Patreon. The Patreon pledges will count double today. That worked yesterday. So sign up on the website. We love it. If you sign up on Patreon, patreon.com/David Pakman Show, it will also count. 50 is the mustache stays. 100 is we open the phone lines and we go full handlebar. Some people say never go full handlebar. I say we do it. All right, let's look at some super chats that are coming in as we await the resumption of the trial here. This is the same kid smirking when watching a bicep explode. It is. Jimmy says, jury has been listening to fake news for a year. His lawyer's decision to let him testify is incompetence. I say they find him guilty. He's innocent. That's Jimmy from Philly. Jimmy says the decision to let him testify is a bad decision. Jimmy, I don't think we know until we see the testimony and the cross-examination. I just don't think we can say yet whether it's a good or a bad decision. In fact, I don't know that we can even say whether it's a good or a bad decision until we have a verdict, quite frankly. All right. Pappy says, do you watch Gotham Chess on YouTube? Yes. I'm regularly in touch with Levy. I've consulted, let me say, I've offered some advice to him about different elements of being a public personality because his channel has grown quickly and he has found himself needing to deal with certain aspects of it. Levy's a good guy. I'm in touch with him pretty regularly. Big Boo Boo says, David, what are your honest thoughts on Rittenhouse crying? I do not know whether the crying was completely real, completely fake, or a mix of the two. I do not know. And I am not, I simply can't say. I simply can't say. Trial is in recess. This was a 10-minute break precipitated by Kyle Rittenhouse crying. It started 14 minutes ago. We don't know what is going on behind the scenes. Just as a reminder, coming in and putting Kyle is a hero in all caps in the chat will get you banned. If you believe that he is going to be not guilty, that's allowed. If you believe he's going to be guilty, that's allowed. But we're not allowing obvious trolling. Kyle is a hero is trolling. Let's Go Brandon is trolling. Trump 2020 is trolling. It's 2021, almost 2022. So we're just not going to take it. Okay, guys?
Obama.
Exactly. When lefty media proves just as ridiculous as the mainstream Sandman 2. I don't even know what that's about. Michael Cohen is going to have a party when he's released from house arrest. He says he's going to have past guests on. Will you be there? Oh, that's interesting. Has he tweeted about that? Michael Cohen, Twitter. We follow each other. Let's see. Let's see if I can get myself invited. Let's see, especially when party. Does anybody know where he said he's going to have a party? I would love to respond and say I will be there. Anyway, yeah, if somebody can tell me where that was happening. Okay, Judge is working his way back from his chambers, as it is said. I want to say a massive thank you to Seth Baker. Seth just signed up on my website using the code Felony21.
Elements of bathrooms.
I really appreciate that, Seth. We are at 1 out of 100, and we are at 1 out of 50 for locking in the mustache for another day. In all seriousness, Seth, thank you. I really appreciate it. Getting banned from Twitch for a month is really damaging. Any thoughts on the Astroworld tragedy? Yes, on Monday's bonus show, I deliver an extensive commentary on that. Let's get back here. We are about to restart the court, very full today for Kyle Rittenhouse's testimony. Do you think the jury will be deadlocked? I have no idea. It's hard. It's not even worth guessing about that until both sides have rested, is sort of my perspective. Because it's really, really hard to say right now. Yes, people still asking. Patreon pledges count double today. Patreon.com/David Pakman Show. And the best way to support the daily streams we've been doing is on my website because we keep almost all of the money. Joinpakman.com is the website. The testimony under the defense questioning. Oh, thanks to Eric Vella. Eric just signed up via Patreon. Counts twice. Here we go.
Coming into contact with Mr. Rosenbaum.
Yes.
And
Wait.
I apologize.
Oh, forgive me. We got everybody?
Was that just a shot of the jury? Did they accidentally show the jury right there?
You were testifying about coming into contact with Mr. Rosenbaum,
Yes.
and you saw Mr. Rosenbaum. What happened?
Once I got to that car and I stepped forward to put that flyer in the Duramax out and Mr. Zeminski stepped towards me, I went to go run back south down Sheridan, and Mr. Rosenbaum was right there at the corner of the Duramax starting to chase me, and that's when I realized the only place I can run with the people around me is straight towards the building of the car source lot number 3.
When you saw Mr. Rosenbaum, that's when you said friendly?
When I heard burn inside, I don't know exactly where I was at in the time for that.
Did Mr. Rosenbaum say anything to you?
No, Mr. Zeminski instructed Mr. Rosenbaum to get him and kill him. That's what I heard.
And you go running what's been referred to the south southwest corner of Car Source?
Yes.
And as you're running in that direction, describe being chased. What was happening?
As I'm running in that southwest direction, Mr. Rosenbaum throws, at the time, I know it's a bag now, but when he threw it at me, with the light, it looked silver and it looked like the chain when he threw it at me. And then I continue, I turn around for about a second while continuing to run, and I point my gun at Mr. Rosenbaum.
Does that stop him from chasing you?
It does not.
Okay. After you turn around and you had your hands up kind of in a low ready position,
Yes.
and you see Mr. Rosenbaum coming at you,
Yes.
and what do you do then?
After he throws the bag and he continues to run, he's gaining speed on me. A gunshot is fired from behind me, directly behind me, and I take a few steps, and that's when I turn around. And as I'm turning around, Mr. Rosenbaum is, I would say, from me to where the judge is, coming at me with his arms out in front of him. I remember his hand on the barrel of my gun.
And why didn't you just keep running?
When I was over there were about 100 people surrounding those cars, and there was no space for me to continue to run to.
Okay. And so you turned around,
Yes,
and as you see him lunging at you, what do you do?
I shoot him.
And how many times did you shoot?
I believe 4.
And after you shot him, what did you do?
The people around the cars that were originally there were not there anymore. They moved away, and I ran around to see if I could help Mr. Rosenbaum.
And when you got to Mr. Rosenbaum, what was happening?
Mr. McGinnis he took off his helmet and slammed it on the ground and took off his shirt, and I don't remember what he said. I wasn't focused on that. I was in shock, sort of.
Let me back up a second. Did you know Mr. McGinnis was even around?
I didn't.
Okay. And he says something to you, and what do you do?
I pull out my phone and I call Dominic Black.
And you call Dominic, and what do you say?
I told him I just shot somebody. I had to shoot him.
And what do you do then?
I now know it to be Kelly Zeminski, Joshua Zeminski, and I don't know the other people were screaming, "Get his ass, get his ass, get him, get him, get him."
And based upon that, did you feel as though you were safe to stay where you were at?
I thought the safest option would be to go north down Sheridan to turn myself into the law enforcement down there.
And as you head down Sheridan Road, describe what's going on.
As I'm running, at first I'm in the sidewalk, and Mr. Lekowski, Jason Lekowski, is in the sidewalk, and I stop to talk to Mr. Lekowski for a brief second. I remember telling him that I just shot somebody and I need help to get to the police because the crowd, there was a mob was chasing me.
And did Mr. Lekowski offer you any help?
I don't remember.
Okay, what do you do then?
I continued to run after hearing people were saying cranium him, get him, kill him. People were screaming, and I just was trying to get to the police running down Sheridan Road.
And you say I'm trying to get to the police. Why were you trying to get to the police?
So I didn't do anything wrong. I defended myself.
Did you feel as though there was safety where the police were?
Yes.
And as you head down Sheridan Road, what's the next thing you remember?
The next thing I remember is Anthony Huber striking me in the head with a skateboard.
Okay. As you sit here today, do you remember talking to Gage Grosskreutz?
Yeah, sorta, a little bit. I didn't know it was Gage Grosskreutz when he came up to me, but sorta.
Okay. And when this individual runs up to you and gets how close?
I would say within a foot.
Did you shoot him?
I did not.
Did you point your gun at him?
I did not.
Why not?
I didn't see him as a threat to my safety or life.
Okay, was he armed at that time?
Not that I noticed.
Okay, and you continue running in a northerly direction down Sheridan Road?
Correct.
And as you're running in that direction, you said the next thing you remember is Anthony Huber.
Yes.
Describe that.
Anthony Huber, what I remember is running past Anthony Huber, and as I'm running past Mr. Huber, he's holding his skateboard like a baseball bat, and he swings it down, and I block it with my arm, trying to prevent it from hitting me, but it still hits me in the neck, and as I block it, it goes flying somewhere off in the distance.
And do you stop then?
No.
What do you do next?
I keep running down Sheridan Road towards the police line.
Then what happens?
I get lightheaded, I almost pass out, and I stumble and hit the ground.
Okay. Before you hit the ground, how many times were you struck?
I believe twice.
Okay. Do you remember anything about the other one?
I remember the first one being a rock. I don't remember who did it, but I remember like the bumpiness of like a concrete rock hitting me in the back of the head.
Okay. Now, after being struck with Mr. Huber's skateboard, you end up on the ground.
Yes.
You're on the ground. What's the first thing you remember?
As I'm on the ground, there are people around me. I don't recall how many, but I remember moving my rifle in their direction, and they back off besides one person.
Okay. When you noticed people by you, you said you moved your rifle in their direction.
Yes.
Did that individual keep coming?
The last person did.
Okay. The people that stopped, what did you do to them?
Nothing.
Okay. And you're saying the last person in that group continued to come at you?
Yes.
And describe what happened.
The last person, I don't know his name. I don't think he was ever identified. Jumps at me he was wearing boots, I believe, and as he's running at me and jumping, as his boot is making contact with my face, I fired 2 shots at him.
Why did you shoot at him?
I thought if I were to be knocked out, or he would have stomped my face in if I didn't fire.
As a result of being kicked in the face, what happens?
Mr. Huber, immediately after I'm kicked in the face, runs up as I'm sitting up to try to get up and get to the police. I'm on my back, and Mr. Huber runs up. As I'm getting up, he strikes me in the neck with his skateboard a second time.
Then what happened?
He grabs my gun, and I can feel it pulling away from me, and I can feel the strap starting to come off my body.
And what do you do then?
I fire 1 shot.
And after you fire, striking, we now know Mr. Huber, what do you do?
I lower my weapon, and I see Mr. Grosskreutz with his hands up, and as I'm lowering my weapon, I look down, and then Mr. Grosskreutz, he lunges at me with his pistol pointed directly at my head.
Now, you heard Mr. Grosskreuz's testimony about re-racking.
Yes.
Did you re-rack your weapon?
I did not.
Could I have the exhibit, please? Make sure to see if you would.
Hey guys, we're going to keep banning people in the chat, and there's a lot of people on extremely thin ice right now, okay? Thanks to Robbie Stigler as well as Mark Ocker for signing up on my website. Really appreciate your support of the stream. Not so appreciative of people who seem to be here.
Showing you what's been
I don't even know why.
marked Exhibit 28. You recognize this?
I do.
Now, when somebody would, as Mr. Grosswood said, re-rack, is that this?
Yes.
Do you call it re-racking?
I call it charging, putting a live round into the chamber.
And to recharge, you have to pull this all the way back?
Yes.
Say that's about 4 inches? No, I'm asking you if you agree with that approximation. Mr. Rittenhouse, how far do you think that is?
3-4 inches.
And if the weapon is loaded and you re-rack, what happens?
If there's already a round in the chamber, when you re-rack the rifle, a live round would come out, chambering a new round into the chamber.
Now, we got to the point where Mr. Grosskowitz is standing in front of you, has his hands up,
Correct.
and are you aware that he's armed?
At that point, I do see a pistol in his hand.
Is that the same or different from your first encounter with Mr. Grosskowitz?
That is different.
And he is standing, you said, how close to you?
What I remember is our feet were touching, what it seemed like.
Okay. And you do what?
My rifle is down, his hands are up, his pistol is in his hand, and then Mr. Grosskreutz looks at me, and that's when Mr. Grosskreutz brings his arm down like this, like his arm is like that with me on the ground, and his pistol is pointed at me, and that's when I shoot him
How many times did you shoot him?
once.
And after you shoot Mr. Grosskowitz, do you know where you shot him?
No.
What happens after you shoot him?
He's no longer a threat to me. There's only one person in front of me, and his hands are up. I briefly point my rifle at him, and I get onto one knee, getting up, and he backs up with his hands up, and I don't shoot him.
Did you notice anybody to your sides?
To my left, there was a gentleman with a pipe, and to my right, I believe it was a fence post. I don't know what it was, but it was a large object.
Once you're to your feet, what do you do?
I start walking towards the police line to turn myself into the police.
Describe, where is the police line? Is it still in the same place?
It moved up a little bit. I was down in the road about approximately right here. I'd say over here somewhere in this area. I don't remember exactly, but the police line was right here. I could see the flashing lights as I was trying to get to the police before.
Okay, and as you go towards the police line, describe what happens.
I run and walk. I put my hands up, and as I'm walking towards the police, I can't really hear anything. My vision is very narrow. I can only see directly in front of me. I see the flashing lights. I remember I occasionally tried to move my rifle behind me, to put it behind me, so the police didn't see me as a threat when I tried to turn myself in. I continue to walk, and then I walk towards the window of the sedan, the police cruiser sedan, I don't know what they're called, and I tell the officer, I just shot somebody, and the officer says, get the fuck back or you're gonna get pepper sprayed, go home, go home, go home.
And where do you go after you step back from the police car?
I go to car source number 2.
Okay, and now there wasn't a line there? They weren't stopping people from going in a northerly direction?
No, they weren't.
And you go to car source, what we refer to as car source number 2, and who do you see?
I get there and I think the first person I see is Joanne Fiedler. I don't remember exactly, but I believe that's who's outside at the door. They let me in. The door was locked, so somebody had to get the key to unlock it. And then we go inside, and I'm in shock. I don't really remember what was happening in there. I was freaking out. I was just attacked. My head was spinning.
And did you go and turn yourself into the Kenosha Police Department?
I did not.
Why not?
The Kenosha Police Department was barricaded off with a fence, and I don't think they were accepting anybody to come to the police department at that time.
What did you do then?
I went to the nearest police department that I knew of, which was Antioch Police Department in Illinois by my house.
Who took you there?
My mother.
Okay. How did you get to Antioch from downtown Kenosha?
Dominic Black drove me.
Okay. And then Dominic Black drives you where?
He drives me to my house in Antioch, Illinois, where I meet with my mother and sisters, and I tell them what happened. I sort of tell them what happened. I was still in shock. My head was still spinning, and then we go to the Antioch Police Department where I turn myself in.
Who drove you to the Antioch Police Department?
My mother.
And did anybody else go there with you?
Not at first.
Okay. And you get to the Antioch Police Department approximately what time?
I would say about an hour after the shooting.
Okay. And when you get there, are they looking for you?
No.
Did you have to explain to somebody?
I had to tell them that I was just involved in a shooting in Kenosha and I needed Kenosha detectives.
Okay. Did they take you into custody immediately?
No.
What did they do?
They had me sit in the lobby of the police department.
Were you handcuffed to a chair?
I was not.
Did you stay there?
For about... I couldn't give you the exact time, but until Detective Howard and Detective Antaranium showed up.
Okay. And were you having any physical discomfort as you waited there?
I was vomiting and having panic attacks, and my head was spinning, and I couldn't think clearly at that point.
I have nothing further.
Cross-exam.
All right, the cross-examination will now start. This is exactly how they do this may determine the outcome here. I want to say thanks to Amanda McKeon for signing up on my website, joinpacman.com. Also, Odessa Braden just made a Patreon pledge. Patreon does count double today, so that's number 7 and 8. I really appreciate that support. Coupon code Up in the Air is live on my website, joinpacman.com.
Good morning, Mr. Rittenhouse.
Good morning.
Everybody that you shot at that night you intended to kill, correct?
I didn't intend to kill them. I intended to stop the people who were attacking me.
By killing them.
I did what I had to do to stop the person who was attacking me.
By killing them.
2 of them passed away, but I stopped the threat from attacking me.
By using deadly force
I used deadly force.
that you knew was going to kill.
I didn't know if it was going to kill them, but I used deadly force to stop the threat that was attacking me.
You intentionally used deadly force against Joseph Rosenbaum, correct?
Yes.
You intentionally used deadly force against the man who came and tried to kick you in the face,
Yes.
correct? You intentionally used deadly force against Anthony Huber, correct?
Yes.
You intentionally used deadly force against Gage Grosskreutz, correct?
Yes.
With regard to Joseph Rosenbaum, you fired 4 shots at him, correct?
Yes.
You intended to kill him, correct?
I didn't intend to kill him. I intended to stop the person who was attacking me and trying to steal my gun.
Since August 25th, 2020, this is the first time that you have told your story.
Object to this.
Sustained.
Since August 25th, 2020, you've had the benefit of watching countless videos of your actions that night, correct?
I've seen certain videos, not all of them. I've seen the majority of them actually here during the trial.
You've also had the opportunity to read articles. People have written interviews, things like that, about what happened that night, correct?
I do my best to avoid what people write on the internet. A majority of it's not true.
You have also sat here through 8 days of trial, correct?
Yes.
And you've had the opportunity to watch all of the videos that have been
Yes.
played in this trial?
Yes.
Sir, if you could please let me finish my question before answering. And I will do my best to let you finish your answer before I go on to the next question. Fair?
Yes.
You have also had the opportunity to listen to the testimony of all 30-some witnesses that have testified in this trial so far, correct?
Yes.
And after all of that, now you are telling us your side of the story, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to ask you folks to go in the library for just a second. Please don't talk about the case.
All right, they're excusing the jury. There's going to be a discussion clearly about this entire line of questioning, some aspects of which the judge, I can imagine, doesn't like. I do want to say thanks to Robert Obama Archer, who just signed up on my website, joinpacman.com. I really appreciate that, Robert. We are live only on Facebook and YouTube because I am banned from Twitch for 30 days, 2 of which have elapsed. I also want to say thanks to Eric Bentz for signing up on my website, joinpacman.com. Your new member number 10 today. Very much appreciate that. We've been streaming every day.
Commenting on my client's right to remain silent.
You need to account for this.
Your Honor, I don't want to jury here. He's commenting on my client's right to remain silent.
No, Your Honor. I am making the point that after hearing everything in the case, now he's tailoring his story to what has already been introduced.
The problem is, this is a grave constitutional violation for you to talk about the defendant's silence. And that is, and you're right. You're right on the borderline,
Wow.
and you may be over, but
He may sanction the prosecutor.
This is. I can't think of the case, the initial case on it, but this is not permitted. All right. Ask the jury to come in, please.
Wow. Did they even really sort it out? Like, has that been resolved? Thanks to Ernest Perkins, who just signed up on my website, joinpacman.com. Ernest, thank you. I really appreciate that. This is going to be a, yeah, this will be quite a thing. Jury's coming back in and they're going to resume this. This is going to get interesting. Thanks to Jacob Workman, who just signed up on my website. Jacob, I really appreciate you doing that very much.
I sustain the objection.
You were armed with an AR-15 semi-automatic rifle that evening, correct?
Yes.
You had it loaded with 30 rounds of full metal jacket ammunition, correct?
Yes.
That weapon with 30 rounds is capable of killing at least 30 people, correct?
Yes.
You had arranged to have Dominic Black purchase that weapon for you in Ladysmith, Wisconsin in early May of 2020. Is that correct?
We were up north shooting, and not shooting. We were up north going camping, and Dominic Black brought his rifle, and we were talking. I was like, hey, what if we get a rifle for me? I'll give you the money. You can purchase it. It's yours until I'm 18. So I bought the rifle for Dominic, and I can use it. But once I'm 18, we can do a private sale, and we can have it turned over to my name once I turned 18.
That's interesting.
Because you knew, as a 17-year-old, you could not have that gun, correct?
I knew I could not buy that gun.
You knew you could not possess that gun also, correct?
No.
You weren't aware that under Wisconsin law,
I'm going to instruct the jury later about the law. So, and that he wouldn't, what he thinks on the subject is not dispositive anyway, so it was unlawful for him to purchase the gun.
it wasn't just unlawful for you to purchase it, it was unlawful for you to bring it home, correct?
In Illinois, I wasn't able to bring it home because I didn't have a FOID card, a firearm owner identification card.
You
in
knew
Illinois.
You knew in Illinois that you couldn't get that until you turned 18, correct?
No, you can get a FOID card at 16 in Illinois.
But you didn't have one.
I did not.
And even after this gun was purchased for you in May, you never got one after that either, did you?
Actually, I applied for a FOID card in May of 2020, but due to the charges, and there was a backlog in Illinois for the FOID card, but after you filed the charges against me, it was denied because of the charges here in this state.
You found out about that after you were criminally charged in this case?
I found out about this in November of 2020. A letter was sent to my old residence.
So you knew that without that FOID card, the gun could not go back to your residence in Illinois, correct?
Correct.
And you agreed that the gun would be kept at Dominic Black's stepfather's house here in Kenosha, correct?
Because he had a safe, yes.
And you agreed that you wouldn't have access to that gun, correct?
We agreed that the only time I would use the gun is when I was with him, and we would go to like the Bristol shooting range or up north to his land.
But the only time prior to the night of August 25th, 2020, that you ever used that gun was up in Ladysmith, correct?
Correct.
So you didn't go to the Bristol shooting range ever.
I
with
did.
that gun.
Not with that rifle, but I did.
Pay attention to my question, please. You didn't ever go to the Bristol shooting range with that gun, correct?
Correct.
And you picked out that gun because Dominic had one, correct?
Yeah.
You could have, if you wanted to, chosen from any number of guns that were for sale. Fair enough?
That were at that store. There weren't many, but yes.
I'm sure the store in Ladysmith isn't the only store that sells guns, correct?
You can ask questions.
That was a question.
No, it was a statement.
What?
Isn't it correct, Mr. Rittenhouse?
The entire trial, they've been making statements and stopping and letting the person
besides that
respond.
one store in Ladysmith, Wisconsin.
Weird to apply that now.
I believe so, but that's where we're at, so that's where we got the gun.
And you, if you wanted to, could have given Dominic Black money to purchase a gun at other locations. Fair?
Didn't cross my mind, but now that you say it, yeah.
Why did you pick or want Dominic Black to buy for you an AR-15 as opposed to a pistol or a shotgun or some other type of rifle?
I cannot legally possess or carry a pistol because I'm not 18 in Wisconsin. I believe it's 18 in Wisconsin for a pistol. But with the rifle, I knew I could possess that rifle. I knew I couldn't buy it, but I knew I could like take it to like the shooting range or possess it. And with shotguns, they didn't have any shotguns in stock. That was my original plan, to get a shotgun for trap shooting, but there weren't any at that Ladysmith store, and I didn't want to go to Walmart and buy one.
So your understanding at that time was that Wisconsin law prohibited you as a 17-year-old from possessing a pistol, but you could have an AR-15?
Yes.
What was that understanding based on?
The understanding was based on when we would go up north, we were it was me, Dominic, and my sister, and we were allowed to carry the rifles around, and the officers over there said it was fine.
I'm going to move to strike as hearsay. What officers would have told
You
you.
asked the question of what the source of his knowledge was. It's not admissible, and none of this is, frankly, and that's why I interrupted before.
None of this is admissible.
What the defendant believes the law to be, what the district attorney believes the law to be, what the defense believes the law to be, are irrelevant. I will tell you when I instruct you what the law of Wisconsin is pertaining to the possession of a firearm by a person under 18, and that'll be the source of your knowledge. I'm allowing the testimony right now because it bears on. There's an old maxim under the law: ignorantia juris non excusat. Ignorance of the law is not an excuse. Ignorance of the criminal law is not an excuse. If you commit a criminal act, whether you knew it was criminal or not, you're responsible for your conduct, and because you're responsible to know the law. It's not relevant, except in this case, there are specific issues about his awareness and knowledge about certain conduct that is relevant on some issues. So it's quite complicated. Hopefully it'll sort out when I instruct you at the end. But that's why I'm allowing the questions and the answers, but do not be confused about anything that these people say is not necessarily accurate as to the state of Wisconsin law. Any question about that? Okay, thanks. Go ahead.
So you're telling us that the reason that you wanted Dominic to buy you an AR-15 as opposed to a pistol is the only reason was because you felt you couldn't lawfully possess a pistol?
Correct.
You didn't pick out the AR-15 for any other reason?
I thought it looked cool, but no.
You didn't pick it out because you wanted to go hunting with it, did you?
No.
You didn't pick it out because you were going to use it to protect your house, correct?
Correct.
You picked it out because it looked cool.
I thought it looked cool. Guess that's the reason, yes.
It resembled the types of weapons that are used in first-person shooter video games, correct?
Uh-oh.
I don't really play first-person shooter video games. I have, but I believe there's a variety of guns, including shotguns, pistols. There's guns in video games that resemble all guns.
Isn't it true when you would hang out with Dominic Black, you'd play Call of Duty and other first-person shooter video games?
Sometimes.
And those are games in which you use weapons like AR-15s to pretty much shoot anybody who comes at you, correct?
It's a video game where two players are playing together. I don't really understand the meaning of your question, to be honest.
Well, you just have
One of
to
the things
answer it.
People do in these video games, try and kill everyone else with your guns.
Yeah, in the video game, it's just a video game. It's not real life.
Now, you introduced yourself as living in Walworth County right now. Is that
Yes.
right? On the date that this all happened, you were an Illinois resident?
Correct.
You had grown up in Illinois?
Correct.
You had not spent any significant time living here in Wisconsin, correct?
No.
You'd agree with me that's correct?
No, I've spent time at my father's house and partially live here also, so no, that's not correct.
You indicated you had attended, was it Penn Foster High School?
Yes.
That's an online high school?
Correct.
So you were not attending high school in person?
No.
And at the time that all of the things in this case were happening, from the time the AR-15 was purchased to the night of August 25th, you were 17 years old that entire time, correct?
Correct.
Could we have exhibit number 7 up, please?
So far, I think his testimony has helped him overall. It's very early in the cross-examination. Curious to hear thoughts from others.
7 up on the screen. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's my old TikTok account.
That was a TikTok account that you had during the summer of 2020, correct?
Yes.
And it says your name on there, Kyle?
Yes.
Your username on TikTok was 4 Doors More Whores?
Yes.
Oh boy.
And that's a picture of you there with your AR-15, correct?
Yes.
And underneath that, you have put on your profile the phrase, bruh, B-R-U-H, I'm just trying, T-R-Y-N-A, be famous. Is that correct?
Yes.
You're the one who wrote that.
Yes.
You testified that at some point you were involved in some sort of EMT cadet program.
I was a firefighter EMT cadet at Antioch Fire Department.
When was that?
I was a cadet at the Antioch Fire Department. I believe from 2018 or 2019 up until the incident of August 25th.
An EMT cadet is someone who's just beginning the process of eventually achieving full EMT certification. Is that correct?
No.
Were you studying to be an EMT before August 25th, 2020?
I was learning about certain things in the field of
He could offer
firefighting and
medico.
EMS.
But that's not actually formal classes, is it?
No, we met once a week, and we would either, depending on the day, we would either do EMT stuff like learning how to do airways, or we do firefighter stuff like doing hose drags and learning how to crawl through buildings.
And these are things that you did with the, which firefighter? Antioch Fire?
Antioch Fire Department.
You weren't a member of the fire department, were you?
I was.
You were a actual on-duty member on the roster of the Antioch Fire Department?
No.
So when you say you're a member, what do you mean?
I was a member of the Antioch Fire Cadet program. We were issued shirts, Antioch Fire Cadet.
Guys, they had shirts. I mean,
We would help with the pancake breakfast at the VFWs. And
Making
we would wear
pancakes.
Antioch Fire Department staff shirts. I still have one in my closet.
Maybe I didn't express myself clearly. You were not a member of the Antioch Fire Department, correct?
I was a member of the cadet program, which was through the fire department.
So you'd go out and fight fires.
We can go on ride-alongs, but we can't go into burning buildings for liability reasons.
You'd go out there and you'd
and
save
for lack of training.
burning buildings.
Not me personally.
Because as a cadet, they would never let you anywhere near that, right?
They wouldn't let any of the cadets go into an actual live fire.
This is weird.
At the end of whatever this program is, you weren't actually going to be an official firefighter, were you?
No, it's to help prepare you for the firefighter academy, firefighter EMT academy.
And you weren't going to be an EMT at the end of this program either, were you?
No.
You know that to be an EMT, you have to be 18 and a high school graduate, correct?
Depending on the state, in Illinois, you can take a class at the college at 16, and you can have your EMT license by the age of 17. I wasn't in that class, but in Illinois, you can.
You never did any of that.
No, I was online school.
The night of August 25th, you're here in Kenosha, Wisconsin, saying you're an EMT, correct?
Yes.
That was a lie.
Yes.
You were also telling people you were 18 or 19 years old. That was a lie too, right?
No, I didn't tell anybody my age that night.
You never volunteered it at all, did you?
I didn't.
Because you knew as a 17-year-old you shouldn't have been there, right?
No, I just didn't find it relevant to give my name. Well, I gave my name, but my age to anybody. It wasn't something that came up in conversation.
It's because you felt if people found out how old you were, they'd realize you shouldn't have been there, right?
No, it just because it didn't come up in conversation. If somebody would have asked, I would have been like, yeah, I'm 17.
So you felt that as a 17-year-old, it was appropriate for you to be out on the streets of Kenosha with an AR-15 that night. Fair?
I believe I had any other right to be there as anybody else.
As any other adult.
As anybody.
But you weren't an adult.
No.
You indicated that you were working at the Recplex and had been working at the Y before that. Is that right?
Yes.
Do people think this is helping the prosecution? I don't think so right now.
You had gotten furloughed there when COVID hit in March,
Yes.
and you had only started working at the Recplex on August 14th, correct?
I believe I got hired before that, but I was on vacation on August 14th, so I couldn't. I was on vacation, so I couldn't start until August 14th.
Your first time working at the Recplex was on August 14th, correct?
I believe that was my first day.
And then you worked the week after that from August 17th to August 23rd, correct?
I believe so. Till August 24th, I worked.
And then your final shift was on August 24th, correct?
Yes.
You worked a total of 41 and a half hours at the Recplex, correct?
That's the number you got.
And you were a lifeguard.
Yes.
You were walking around their swim area with one of those red, long, life-saving things, monitoring the pool,
A
correct?
rescue tube. Yes.
Okay. So, but that was at the indoor pool at the Recplex?
It was at the indoor. It was at the. I don't know if you're familiar with the Recplex.
I am.
I guarded the water park area and the competition pool.
Okay. So they've got a water park area with a slide and a zero-entry pool, is that right?
Yes.
And then next to that, they've got a larger, almost Olympic-sized pool where swim meets happen.
50-meter competition pool divided in half to make it a 25.
Okay, and you were lifeguarding at both of those.
I would rotate. We had rotations, and me and other guards, we would do three. We had 3-person shifts. We would rotate out, watching the different areas of our zones.
You indicated that at no time did this gun, this AR-15, ever leave the state of Wisconsin. Is that right?
Other than the night after. Other than that.
Before the shootings.
Correct.
There was a time, though, where you wanted to have it with you down in Illinois, isn't it? It wasn't there?
I believe there was a time when me and Dominic were mad at each other. Yeah.
You were mad at Dominic?
Me and Dominic were mad over something.
And you wanted to have the gun with you down there?
I think I said something along those lines.
You'd agree with me that let me back up for a second here. You have testified to this jury that you used deadly force against Joseph Rosenbaum, Anthony Huber, the man who attempted to kick you in the face, and Gage Grosskreutz on the night of August 25th, correct?
Yes.
And you did that because you felt that your life was in danger from those 4 people, correct?
Yes.
And you are telling this jury that it was, in your mind, justified to use deadly force to protect your own life, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree with me that you were not allowed to use deadly force to protect that CarSource building, correct?
Well, I wasn't using deadly force to protect the property. I used deadly force to protect myself, so.
Not answering
Please
the
listen to
question.
my question and answer my question if you can. You'd agree with me that you were not allowed to use deadly force to protect that CarSource building, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree with me that you were not allowed to use deadly force to stop someone from smashing the windows of an unoccupied parked car, correct?
I don't think you could use deadly force for that.
You'd agree with me that you can't use deadly force to stop someone from lighting a metal dumpster on fire, correct?
Correct.
You'd agree with me that you can't use deadly force to stop someone from tipping over a porta potty, correct?
Correct.
You'd agree with me that you can't use deadly force to stop someone from lighting a flatbed trailer on fire, correct?
Correct.
You'd agree with me that you can't use deadly force to stop someone who is about to start an unoccupied car on fire, correct?
Correct.
You'd agree with me that you can't use deadly force to stop someone from lighting some traffic cones in the middle of the street on fire, correct?
Correct.
So you understand that there's a difference between using deadly force to protect yourself and using it to protect property, correct?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that you're not allowed to use deadly force to protect property, correct?
Yes.
But yet you have previously indicated that you wished you had your AR-15 to protect someone's property, correct?
I'm going to ask you to go into the library.
Wow.
For a moment, please. Please don't talk about the case.
At basically every moment that they start getting into these contradictions, and again, remember, guys, disclaimer, I think it's not guilty on the homicides, okay? I think the self-defense case is plausible. Please, please, please. The judge is running interference in all of these moments. I want to say thank you to Justin Tackett, who just signed up on my website. Carl Kreck just signed up on my website. Jeffrey Anderson is a new member. Philip Jennings and Julio Bracero. I really appreciate the support. Numbers 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17.
Your Honor, Mr. Binger is either forgetting the court's rulings or attempting to provoke a mistrial in this matter. He knows he can't go into this, and he's asking the questions. I asked the court to strongly admonish him, and the next time it happens, I'll be asking for a mistrial with prejudice. He's an experienced attorney, and he knows better.
Wow.
Mr. Finger?
First of all, Your Honor, this was the subject of a motion. I'm well aware of that. And the court left the door open.
For me, not for you.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
My understanding of
You should have come and asked for reconsideration. You did on the one motion, and in fact, I
What?
granted your motion for reconsideration.
That was not our motion.
Excuse me. I did. I granted.
We did not move
That
to
was
reconsider.
their motion.
We have not filed
forgive
any
me.
motions to reconsider
Forgive
in
me.
this case.
That was their motion for reconsideration, which I denied. But I said I denied it, or I indicated a bias towards denial is what I did. Held it open with a bias towards denial. Why would you think that that made it okay for you, without any advance notice, to bring this matter before the jury? I was astonished when you began your examination by commenting on the defendant's post-arrest silence. That's basic law. It's been basic law in this country for 40 years, 50 years. I have no idea why you would do something like that. And it gives, I'll leave it at that. So I don't know what you're up to.
May I respond?
Yes.
We filed another acts motion on this exact issue because, in my mind, and I argued this, it is identical to what was going on the night of August 25th, in the sense that the defendant was using this exact same weapon. He was using it in a manner to try and protect property.
No, he wasn't.
Why is
Your Honor, with all due respect,
I'm not going to rehash the motion. That's absolutely untrue. No. Your arguments of record, my comments are of record,
What the
and why
hell?
I ruled as I did is of record. There's nothing that I heard in this trial to suggest anything's changed. Even if you're correct in your assumption that you know more than I did at the time, you should have come to the court and say, I want to go into this. Why you would think that you could go into it without any advance notice?
Nobody objected.
Court, I don't understand that. And as the defense is pointing out, you're an experienced trial lawyer, and this should not have been gone into.
Is this going to a
Your Honor,
mistrial?
there have been things in this case, testimony in this case, that I believe opens the door to this. For example, the defense has introduced evidence that the defendant pointed a gun at a man wearing yellow pants because that person was on a car on the car source lot. Now, there's no justification that I can think of why the defendant would point that gun at someone. The defendant has just testified this morning that he agreed with that person in the yellow pants, that he pointed the gun at him. He said, I was joking when I said that to the guy in the yellow pants, but he said, he's acknowledged that he told the person in the yellow pants, yeah, you're right. I did point a gun at you when you were sitting on a car.
He said, I did. That's what he
Exactly.
testified.
So he's agreeing. May I finish, please? I'd like to have a chance to make a record, if I could, without being interrupted, if that's okay. He has mentioned that he's acknowledged that he's used this gun to protect property. He's also just acknowledged that he knows he can't do that. I am attempting to impeach him now with the prior August 10th incident, 15 days prior, involving the same gun, where he is threatening to use that gun to protect property.
He didn't have the gun with him.
Your Honor, he is saying he wished he did so he could shoot people.
You know, there's a lot of difference between commenting about something when you haven't got a gun.
This is crazy.
And threatening someone when you do.
You know, it's interesting, Your Honor, because the entire defense theory in this case is Joseph Rosenbaum, who was unarmed.
I want you to tell me what the defense theory of the case is. I want.
May I respond to what you just said, Your
This
Honor?
guy's
I'd
not
like
even
to
allowed
respond
to
what you just
explain
said.
what he's doing.
I apologize, Madam Court Reporter, but I'd like to try and make a record without anyone interrupting me, if that's okay. I believe that there is a central part of this case that Mr. Rosenbaum is making threats that he has no ability to carry out. So, to your point, Your Honor, you're arguing that this August 10th incident, one aspect of why you don't believe it's relevant is the defendant didn't have the gun with him. This case is about someone who didn't have a weapon, and yet the jury is being told because of those threats, that means the defendant has to defend himself. So, with all due respect, Your Honor, mere verbal threats have already been shown to this jury and used as a basis for someone's subsequent
Either
action.
you can explore whether verbal threats absent a gun are relevant or not, but it can't be one way and then the other way.
15 days prior, that he's going to shoot shoplifters with his AR-15 to impeach the defendant in a murder trial. I would ask the court's forbearance to do that. I apologize, Your Honor. You're right. I probably should have brought this to your attention earlier. I may have misunderstood your ruling because I thought your ruling was if the evidence in this case made that more relevant, you would admit it or at least consider it an admittance. I believe, based on the evidence that we've heard, and more specifically, exactly what the defendant
He's
said
making a
earlier
good case.
about admitting pointing a gun at someone who was merely jumping or sitting on a car.
Again, I think it's not guilty on the homicide, but he's making a good case here.
And I continue to believe that his state of mind, his intent, his belief as to self-defense is the core of this case. That was the basis for my motion. You were strongly inclined against it. I understand that. But now we're in the middle of trial, and there's been a lot of evidence that's come in that I think makes this relevant. So I'm attempting
Without
to
a
impeach
doubt.
the defendant on his beliefs. I believe I'm entitled to impeach the defendant on his beliefs and on his statements.
I'm going to interrupt you now because you're talking about his beliefs. I think that's what they call
His statements to Your Honor. Because
Self-defense is fundamentally about belief.
he can't threaten to use deadly force to protect property. So now I'm impeaching him on that.
Your Honor, the court has seen no reason to change its ruling. And just so this record is clear, in spite of the lengthy statement by Mr. Binger, before we started today, the court specifically stated in Mr. Binger's presence, there's been nothing to have me change any of my rulings. There have been numerous occasions during this trial where they've opened the door. The one time when they're going into Mr. Rosenbaum's prior, the reason he doesn't like guns, and I said something, I whispered in Mr. Krause's ear, it's because of the prior convictions. Please stop. And he did. He knows if you're going to go into something that's been excluded in a pretrial order, you better ask the court, you better get permission. This is ridiculous.
It wasn't excluded, Your Honor.
You know why it was excluded in the first place? Because it was propensity evidence. That is exactly what 90404 is designed to prevent. You're talking about his attitudes. His attitude is he wants to shoot people. Now, I've admitted that kind of evidence in other trials when it's been appropriate. I didn't admit it in this case because, to me...
How would it not be here?
Trial. And by the way, Mr. Richards absolutely correctly points out that just hours ago, I said I had heard nothing in this trial to change any of my rulings. So why...
Testimony, Your Honor.
Pardon me?
That was before the defense
Don't
testimony.
get brazen with me.
Oh my God.
You knew very well. You know very well that...
Is it time to move for a mistrial?
...is when the judge has already ruled without asking outside the presence of the jury to do so. So don't give me that. That's number one. Number two, this is propensity evidence. I said at the time that I made my ruling, and I'll repeat again now for you, I see no similarity between talking about wishing you had your AR gun, which you don't have, so that you could fire rounds at these thought to be shoplifters. And the incidents in these cases, which are not, there's nothing in your case that suggests the defendant was lying in wait to shoot at somebody or reflecting upon the shooting for a vast amount of time. Every one of the incidents involves matters that involve seconds in time. So I commented at the time, I don't see the similarity, and I don't see the similarity now. If it's not similar, that's the whole rule. Those are all the exceptions to 90404. Check the authorities. Wigmore on evidence. Judge Weinstein. Colonel McCormick. It's the crime.
Even the colonel
has to bear the signature of the accused, or it has to be so similar as to suggest it's a common plan or something like that. You have an incident where he's making comments about some alleged shoplifters versus crimes that involve instantaneous actions, whether premeditated murder or whether self-defense. That's for the jury to decide. But I don't see the similarity. I said it couldn't come in, and it isn't coming in.
Wow.
No matter what you think.
Wow.
Number two, I have to be concerned that with what Mr. Richards has said about the progress of the trial, and when you were I said you were over the line.
This is crazy.
Or over the line on commenting on the defendant's pretrial silence, which is a well-known rule. I'm astonished that would have been an issue. So I don't want to have another issue as long as this case continues. Is that clear?
It is.
Thank you. Ask the jury to come back in, please.
Have they resolved anything? And we're also getting close to lunch. It's almost time for hot food. Thank you to Kevin Bodigheimer for signing up at joinpacman.com and Sean Wood, today's two newest members. We are fully banned from Twitch. No Twitch Prime today. So I very much appreciate everybody signing up on my website. We are now in day 8 of the trial. Really appreciate the support. And as an extra thing, if you pledge on patreon.com/David Pakman Show, it actually will count double. The mustache goes, but if we get to 50, it stays, and it will be blacked in for Monday if it survives that long. We will darken the mustache. A vile sideshow to what is otherwise a very, very serious day. The judge is on fire, and we will presumably soon be breaking for lunch. And oh, hold on. There's more banning we have to do. Really a lot of banning that's having to be done. Racist usernames. Wow, it's shocking how many people are being banned.
Folks, the objection has been sustained.
This is like nothing else.
Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Judge. So I want to turn your attention to the day of August 25th, 2020.
Okay.
You had spent the night at
I'll be
Dominic
right back.
Black's house. Is that right?
Yes.
And you indicated that you had worked at the Recplex the night before. Is that right?
The 24th, correct.
Okay. And you worked until about 7 p.m.?
I couldn't give you an exact time, but I'd say I got off around between 6 and 7. I don't recall. It's been a while.
And then you drove your car over to Dominic's house?
Yes.
Okay, so the rest of the time it seems like you're being driven around in Mr. Black's car. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Why did you guys use his instead of yours, if you know?
At the time, I didn't have a driver's license, and I would drive just to get to work and sometimes to go to Dominic's dad's house.
So even though you didn't have a driver's license, you drove from your home in Antioch to the Recplex to work that day?
Yes, to be able to get to work.
And then after work, you drove without a driver's license to Dominic Black's house?
Yes.
So I assume then on the week prior to that, when you'd drive yourself to work, that was also without a driver's license?
Objection to this.
What's going on?
I'll move on. So you drove to Mr. Black's house, you left your car there,
Yes.
And you spent the night at his house.
Yes.
And then the next day, you guys woke up at some point and came down to Ruther. Is that right?
We spent the night at his house and had dinner, woke up in the morning, had breakfast. We were going through I was on social media and we saw the damage and we saw the car store, so we decided to go downtown.
And you came down in Dominic's car.
Correct.
And you said that there was a time in which you were cleaning graffiti at Ruther.
Yes.
And then at some point, I believe you said, and I want to make sure I'm understanding the timeline here, that you went to one of the car sources and encountered the owners, Sam or Sal or whoever they are, correct?
Yes.
Which of the car source locations was that?
It was the car source right here.
And that's the one at the northeast corner of 59th and Sheridan?
Correct.
And that's the one that had gotten totally burned out on one of the previous nights?
Yes, that was the one where everything was destroyed. The other car sources still had cars there, so.
Now, before that, had you ever worked at Car Source before?
I have not.
Had you ever bought a car there before?
I have not.
Had you ever even heard of Car Source before all that?
Yes.
Through Dominic?
Well, no. I would drive past it on a daily basis. I was in Kenosha almost every day, and I drive down Sheridan Road almost every day.
Okay. So you saw the business along with the churches and the Ultimate gas station and the courthouse and everything else in that area?
Yes.
Okay.
He also saw the car podiatrist.
These owners, yourself?
Me and Dominic did.
And did they ask you to come protect the property?
They didn't ask me.
Directly?
They didn't ask me directly. They asked Nick Smith.
Okay. And was Nick Smith around for that at that moment?
He wasn't there when me and Dominic were talking to them.
Did you ever personally witness any of these Car Source folks, Sal or Sam or any of the folks that were running that business, did you ever personally witness them ask Nick Smith to guard any of their properties?
No.
Did you ever witness any of them ask anyone to guard any of their properties?
Not that I can recall.
What time, if you recall, did you find out that they'd asked Nick Smith?
I believe I said in my direct examination between 3:15 and 3:30.
And that was shortly after you had sent a text to Sam, right?
Correct.
And you texted him and asked him if you could protect his business that night, correct?
I did.
And in that text you said, I'm more than willing and will be armed, correct?
Yes.
You meant you'd be armed with your AR-15?
Yes.
And you said that me and my brother would both be there armed, correct?
Yes.
By your brother, you meant Dominic?
Yes.
He's obviously not legally your brother.
No.
And you said in the text, I just need address. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Why did you need the address of a location you'd already been to?
I just wanted to like pinpoint it on the Google Maps because GPS, because you know with all the roads were closed down in Kenosha, I just wanted to know the best route to drive there with Dominic.
But you just told us that you drove past here every day up and down Sheridan. Why did you need GPS to help you find a place that you drive past every day?
The roads weren't closed when I drove past them every day.
But you still knew where you were going, right?
Sort of, but with like the back roads.
Okay, so let's talk about the roads being closed. What do you mean by that?
Well, Sheridan Road was closed off, and I'm trying to remember. I don't think there are a lot of roads closed off. I couldn't tell you exactly their names right now.
Was that because there was construction going on?
No, they were closed off because of the riots.
They were closed off to keep people out of the area, right?
Yes.
And you knew there was a curfew that night, right?
I believe I got an emergency alert text at around 8 p.m.
Just like everybody else, saying, stay off the streets.
I'm sorry.
Objection. There's no curfew charge.
It's still relevant to his decision-making. Just like everybody else, you got a message saying, get off the streets at 8 o'clock that night, right?
Yes.
And despite that message, you came down. correct?
I was already in Kenosha, downtown, when I got that message.
Once you got that message, you didn't decide, I'm going to leave and go home like I'm supposed to, correct?
I stayed at the car source.
And you knew that there was this curfew in place that meant you shouldn't be there anymore, correct?
There were, I'd say, hundreds of
Other
if not
people were
thousands
doing it too.
Other people there that night
There
that
you go.
also got the same message.
So if they're all breaking the law, you can too?
I don't think the curfew was really being enforced.
So if a law is not being enforced, you can disregard it?
Your Honor.
It's argumentative.
Oh my God. Was it your belief you could disregard it if it wasn't being enforced? You could ask that in
You
a
said that
non-argumentative
there
way.
was a time in which Nick Smith asked you guys to drive him down to Chicago
Correct.
to buy a piece of body armor
Correct.
down by O'Hare.
Correct.
And you guys were willing to do that at first.
Dominic was willing to do it. It was more of Dominic's thing because Nick Smith was going to throw in like $20 to Dominic when he bought it for like gas.
So Nick Smith was going to pay $20 for the gas to drive down to O'Hare where Nick Smith was planning on buying this body armor.
Yes.
And he needed that body, the idea was the body armor would be used that night, correct?
I believe so.
That's why there was some urgency about going down right away, right?
Yeah.
This was part of the plan to come down to downtown that night, right?
He wanted to go to O'Hare to buy the body armor, so yes.
Do you understand my question?
Can you rephrase
Sure,
it?
absolutely.
Like,
The urgency to get that body armor that day was because he needed it for that night, right?
well, I wouldn't say he needed it, but he wanted it.
And instead of making the drive, you gave that your own body armor to Nicholas Smith.
Correct.
You had it along with you.
Yes.
You brought it along with you that day because you thought you might need it yourself that night, correct?
No, I kept it in my trunk of the car. I always had it.
You drive around with body armor in the trunk of your car regularly?
Well, it was just in the back of my trunk. I
Yeah.
never really took it out.
And you said at some point that day you went to Jelinski's. That's the hunting goods, fishing store out on Highway 31 and 52nd Street to buy a couple of slings. Is that right?
That's correct.
And this was one sling for you and one for Dominic, right?
Yes.
And you bought two of the identical type of sling, correct?
Yes, the cheapest ones they had.
And that's a single point sling, meaning it attaches to the gun in one location, correct?
Yes.
And then it wraps around your body, correct?
Yes.
And it's designed to help you retain possession of that weapon, correct?
You'd probably know more about them than I do. I just got it to hold the rifle, so when I'm doing medical aid, I don't have to sit
Medico.
I don't have to worry about it being stolen.
By the way, the
Because-
medical aid we've established he has no qualifications to offer.
On you while you're doing any sort of medical aid, correct?
I knew that I couldn't, without a sling, have it on me. That's why I got the sling, so I could have my hands free.
But even when you had the sling, there was a time in which you took off your entire gun apparatus and handed it to Joanne Fiedler because it was in the way of you trying to treat someone, right?
At that instance, yes, because it was hitting the ground. The rifle was hitting the ground. When I bought it, that was the purpose of it. I don't think it really worked, now that I think of it.
This big, long AR-15 really got in the way whenever you tried to help someone, right?
Sometimes,
If you had a handgun, for example, it would have been physically more easy for you to try and treat someone. Fair?
if I could have legally carried a handgun, I would have carried a handgun instead of a pistol. I mean, instead of a rifle.
You grabbed some medical supplies from Dominic Black's house before you came downtown that night, correct?
I grabbed extra gauze, but that's about it.
You testified earlier that your AR-15 was loaded with 30 rounds of ammunition. Is that right?
Yes.
Where did that ammunition come from?
That was from our last trip up north, from May, the time we took it up north.
So when the gun was left at Dominic Black's house, it had that ammunition with it?
Yeah, the ammo was in a box, in a magazine, I don't really know.
When you were at Dominic Black's house on August 25th, you found that AR-15 downstairs in his basement, correct?
No.
Where did you find it at?
It was downstairs in the basement, but I was told by Dominic Black, hey, go downstairs, grab your rifle.
So you knew up until that point that rifle was being stored in a gun safe in the garage, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't have the code or any access to that gun safe, correct?
I did not.
It just happened that on this particular day, Dominic Black's stepfather had moved that gun into the house, correct?
Yes.
You didn't know that beforehand?
I didn't.
You didn't know that it had been taken out of the safe?
No.
And so you went downstairs and grabbed it.
After instructed to do so by Dominic, I did.
And it had that magazine?
After I was instructed to do so by Dominic, I did go downstairs and grab it.
And it had the magazine already inserted in the rifle?
It did.
And the magazine was already loaded with 30 rounds?
I believe so.
When did you chamber a round?
I don't know if I ever did.
Well, you had to have to fire the gun, right?
Yeah, I think it was already chambered when I got it. That's what I remember. I don't remember racking it at all that night.
Because the way this type of gun works is that you have to have a magazine with ammo in it. You have to insert the magazine into the gun, and then you have to rack it to load one of those rounds into the chamber, correct?
Yes.
And you were familiar with how to do all of that, correct?
Yes.
And it can't discharge a bullet unless a bullet is racked into the chamber, correct?
Correct.
And so your testimony here, as best you can recall, is that you never had to do the initial racking because the bullet was already in the chamber when you took possession of it that day. Is that fair to say?
I believe so. I believe that it was already racked.
And the ammunition that was in that was full metal jacket ammunition, correct?
223 full metal jacket.
223 being the caliber.
Yes.
And full metal jacket being the type of casing, correct?
Yes. Full metal jacket is the bullet type.
The bullet type. Okay, I apologize. And you're aware there are different types of bullets, like hollow point bullets, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And when you were in the process of purchasing this gun, well, let me back up for a second. You said that the 30 rounds of ammo were left over from previous. I assume you mean when you were up in Ladysmith?
Yes.
And you were practicing with the gun up there?
Yes.
And Dominic Black's family has some sort of firing range or shooting range up there, is that right?
They have a gravel pit where it's safe to shoot.
And you and Dominic would practice with your AR-15s shooting at targets in that gravel pit, correct?
Correct.
And you would shoot at targets as far as, 75 yards away?
No.
How close were the targets?
I think the furthest I ever got was maybe from me to the TV.
You didn't shoot at any targets farther away than that?
No.
Dominic Black testified that he shot at targets 75 yards away. Did you see him do that?
I didn't, but I don't know what Dominic Black saw or what Dominic Black was shooting at. I wasn't with him when he did that.
But you were aware of the fact that the AR-15 was capable of hitting targets much further away than you to the TV, correct?
I believe so.
Did you know the capabilities of your own weapon?
I knew that it could shoot, and
Uh-oh.
I believe from a distance. I don't know how far. I'm not an expert on AR-15s.
Did you personally purchase that 223 full metal jacket ammunition?
I did not.
Who did?
Dominic did.
Did you ask him to purchase it?
I did not.
So you didn't know what type of ammo was in that gun. Is that right?
I knew they were 223 Full Metal Jackets. The first time I shot it, I had to load it into the magazine.
So you knew the type of round, but you didn't know what those rounds were capable of doing. Is that fair to say?
Believe a bullet's a bullet.
Oh my God.
As you sit here today, you know that there are different types of bullets, right?
Yes.
You know that hollow point bullets, for example, do different things to a animal or a human than Full Metal Jacket bullets, correct?
Yeah. Full Metal Jacket is a defense round, like another type of defense round. I know people use Full Metal Jacket for hunting, and hollow point is something that causes...
So this is interesting because he's said he didn't even load it and he didn't even ask for that ammunition and he doesn't even really know how far the gun can shoot, but he definitely was responsibly doing everything.
Body, correct?
No, I don't think so.
When you say explode, are you saying expand or explode? Because there are such things as exploding bullets.
Sure. Let me rephrase. Mr. Rittenhouse, what is your understanding of what a hollow point bullet would do if it were shot at, say, a deer?
I don't think people use hollow point.
Wasn't the
That wasn't
question.
my question, sir. What is your understanding of what that bullet would do? Let me rephrase it then, because you're aware that people use hollow point bullets in their pistols to defend themselves against other people, correct?
Yes.
Ryan Balch, for example, testified in this trial that he was carrying a pistol loaded with hollow point ammunition for self-defense. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
So what is your understanding, if you have one, as to what hollow point ammunition would do to a human?
I believe it would do the same thing as any other bullet. Like I said, a bullet's a bullet. I just believe hollow points... I'm sorry, I don't know much about ammo. I'm trying to think of what I remember, but I just don't know much about ammo.
So you didn't know the difference between what a Full Metal Jacket bullet would do versus a hollow point, right?
I believe a hollow point I just don't know much about this. I believe a hollow point would cause more damage
To the first target, but it wouldn't continue through to any other targets, right?
I don't know the answer
Whereas
to
a
that.
Full Metal Jacket bullet is specifically designed to continue through its first target and keep flying, correct?
First of all, the hollow point is not guaranteed to stay in the first object.
Oh my God. The judge is providing information about bullets now.
Secondly,
There's no testimony on that, Your Honor.
no, but you've been testifying, and that's what Mr. We're going to take a break for lunch. Please don't talk about the case.
Wow.
Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. We'll see you. Let's hope at about 12:45.
You're gonna do those two 12:45.
Oh, I've got a couple of hearings at 12:45. Lengthy. Let's say 1 o'clock. I apologize for taking time away from you.
Wow. This is really becoming something else, guys. It has become, I mean, we expected that it would get more dicey with the testimony of Kyle Rittenhouse. I didn't expect that it would go like this. I see division in the chat about whether this is likely headed towards a mistrial or not. I don't think we really know yet. I still think the most likely thing is there is not a mistrial, but I certainly think it's more likely now than I thought 2 hours ago. Let's put it that way. There is a surreal element that is developing here for sure. I want to say thank you to everybody who's been watching and supporting today. We're banned on Twitch for a month, so I really appreciate people signing up on my website. We've been streaming daily, and each day people seem more and more engaged with this trial, so we're going to keep doing it. I first want to say thanks to Chloe Giroux Lachance, as well as Josh Breeze, Obama, Massive Dumps,
Okay, thank you.
and Kyle Christopher for signing up on my website, joinpacman.com. Also today, Patreon pledges count double. So Jesse Blackler just pledged on Patreon. Jessica Kessler just pledged, and so did ASV Beats. That's 3, but it counts as 6, so that puts us at 29. And I really appreciate everybody's support. I think we're about, 40 or 45 hours into this trial. A few super chats. Judge is hangry. Judge needs a Snickers. Full Metal Jacket is a movie. Kyle will walk. If I was scolded like that on TV, I'd lose my shit. How dare the judge rule on evidentiary and procedural matters in his courtroom? How appalling, right, David? Exactly. You're giving off Paul Newman in The Sting vibes. And how many subscribers to bleach the mustache? Okay. Just came back to the show. Why banned on Twitch? There were 8 or 10 seconds of a gory exhibit presented by the prosecution on Monday, or Monday, as the judge would say. And we are banned for 30 days. We're 2 days into that ban, 28 days to go. So that's where we are right now. The cross-examination of Kyle Rittenhouse will continue in about 40 minutes. I will also take this break, and then we will be back. Feel free to continue chatting and trolling in the chat.
elements of medical
Welcome back, everybody. We are moments away from the resumption of the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. It's day 7. Today, Kyle Rittenhouse himself has been testifying. He has been subjected to cross-examination from Mr. Binger, as we have come to know him, the judge interrupting a number of different times and in ways that are believed to be good for Kyle Rittenhouse, but that will remain to be seen. I do want to let people know, if you've never been, if you're just subscribing and chatting, let's go Brandon, you're getting immediately banned. It's trolling and it's idiotic. And I just banned 2 more people for it. And it's going to we'll just keep banning. We're just going to keep banning and banning and banning. It's like we're running a romper room here, I do want to really genuinely thank the people who have been supporting these streams. They're basically going all day. And we're producing our broadcast show, and it's been very hectic, but I do think these are worth doing and seeing this through to the end. I want to say thanks to Michelle Bratt, who just signed up on my website and is new member number 30 today. Thank you, Michelle. Also, thanks to Stefan Bizinski, or Stefan. I don't know which you go by. You were new member number 31. You can use the coupon code Up in the Air to get a membership.
I think you're doing very well.
Whoa, where did that? I didn't even mean to play that.
Sir, your wife is up in the air.
Yeah, that's what I meant to play. You can use the coupon code Up in the Air to save. I think it's about 69-ish% or something like that. Now, because we have a moment here, I am and Patreon pledges count double today. If we get to 50, the mustache will live another day. Here's the situation with the mustache. If we're under 50, the mustache is dead and will be gone by tomorrow. If we get to 50, the mustache survives. If the mustache makes it to Friday, I will get some Just for Men or some Rudy Giuliani type hair dye and darken the mustache for Monday's stream. But right now we're at 31, which means the mustache, it will be gone by tomorrow. Okay, everybody. So everybody relax as far as that's concerned. But yes, Patreon pledges count as 2 and website memberships count as 1 for people interested in that. We have been plagued with people from the Stephen, Kenneth, Destiny, Bunnell II community who have been attacking me to different degrees about that. I'm not going to redo yesterday's rant, but I have commented on that. Let's just take a look at my commentary on that. Here we go. Do I even want to go into this? This was yesterday. I started getting a bunch of emails yesterday from, I guess, people from the community of Stephen, Kenneth, Destiny, Bunnell II. Right. Attacking me because of my opinion about this trial. Now, I don't really think my opinion about this trial is particularly controversial. As I've said before, tell me exactly which part people are so angry about. My view about this trial is as follows. This trial represents one of the most disgusting aspects of American gun and militia culture and right-wing culture. Okay? The existence of these militias and what include adults and children, essentially, that are out there to protect businesses, pretending to be members of the military with vests and guns and helmet-mounted cameras.
Elements of
It's
bathrooms.
gross. It's embarrassing. It's one of the worst things about American culture. American gun culture is disgusting. The idea of a 17-year-old going to Wisconsin and getting a rifle and walking around and saying, "Anyone need medico? Anyone need medico?
Elements of medical.
Anyone need medico?" It's gross. His mom, who seems supportive of it. Do you have any idea? First of all, I would never have ended up in this situation because I was raised in a way where at 17, it never would have even, how the hell am I going to be like, hey, you know what? Maybe I'll get a gun and go to another state and offer people medico and protect business. Like what?
Elements of medical.
It's a failure of American culture. It's a media failure. It's a gun regulation failure. It's a parenting failure. It's all of those things. Okay. Now, first of all, people in the chat talking about whether or not I own firearms, you know nothing about what I do or don't do. Okay, and I've said before, I don't talk about my personal relationship to firearms or whether you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Okay. Now, in terms of the trial, I think that on the serious charges, it's going to be not guilty. And I think that because it's completely plausible that in the moments at which Kyle Rittenhouse shot the two deceased individuals, he did fear for his
wait, is the trial resuming? No, it's not. Okay, we're fine to continue for now.
life, or it at least is plausible that he did. And that's all you need for self-defense. You need the jury to believe that there is at least some doubt as to whether this was a reckless killing. And if they think it's possible that he feared for his life, and I think that that is possible, that not guilty is the verdict on those charges. So again, to the people from the Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bennell II community,
Obama.
who are emailing me and saying, I don't even really know what is the, tell me exactly what I'm wrong about. Now, in terms of the charges, first-degree reckless homicide, use of a dangerous weapon, first-degree reckless endangerment of safety, first-degree intentional homicide, attempted first-degree intentional homicide with Gage Grosskreutz. I think those are all not guilty. I think those are all not guilty. Okay, so tell me where you disagree. And then, endangering safety recklessly with a dangerous weapon, that could be guilty. Possession of a dangerous weapon by a person under 18, absolutely guilty. Violation of the curfew, definitely guilty.
They dropped that since yesterday.
Endangering, I think this is another endangering safety with a dangerous weapon, probably guilty based on what I've seen so far. Okay, guys? So please, let's cut the crap. We want to maintain a great relationship with the DGG community and all of these different things. And we love you guys. And but what are people even emailing me about?
Right.
And if the disagreement is a philosophical one, you're saying you want to live in a country where we celebrate. I mean, listen, if this guy is found not guilty on the with the homicides, which I think he will be, because I think that the evidence points to it's plausible self-defense.
Right.
This guy's going to be called a hero by the right. This guy's not a hero. Nothing heroic here. It's a failure of parenting. It's a failure of judgment. It's a failure of culture. There's nothing heroic that this guy did. He might have feared for his life in a situation he put himself in for a moment, and that will get him off on these homicide charges.
Right.
And that may well be what the evidence shows. Okay?
All right. So I'm not going to now again address all of that stuff. All right, guys. So that's where we are right now. Okay. Let's look at some super chats briefly. David, vile and disgusting Matt Gaetz tweeted, Kyle not guilty. I didn't realize members of Congress get to influence and decide verdicts. Well, it's his opinion. Sir, does the judge give you the sense that he believes Rittenhouse was justified, seeing as how logical the prosecutor's reasoning was? I think the judge is an abomination. Does Obama need medico?
Obama. Elements of medical.
I believe his wife is up in the air, sir. Yeah, exactly. Am I the only one who thinks Mr. Binger has a striking resemblance to Ethan Hawke? I bumped into Ethan Hawke once at a cafe in Brooklyn on Court Street. Yeah. A cafe called, wait, which one was it? A cafe called, actually, I don't remember which one it was. If the defense attorney had yelled that about the ammunition, it would be stricken from the record as he does not qualify as expert testimony. This is bizarre. If there is a mistrial, blame the judge. The judge is helping Kyle. Just came back. Okay, no, we got that one last time. So you make fun of Trump, but we can't make fun if Joe. Jimmy, I'm finding myself so bored with your running commentary. And, We're allowing Jimmy to continue agitating in the chat for now because he's not over a particular line. But Jimmy will, I get that Jimmy's a paid supporter on YouTube. I'm like Hassan Piker. I'll ban paid supporters if you're contributing toxicity. That doesn't, it's not a free card. Being a paying supporter is not a free card. It's not a get out of jail free card. Thanks to Morella Sabio for signing up on my website with the coupon code Felony21. Your new member number 32 today, and I really appreciate your support. Yeah. Very, very important. R-Type says Mr. Binger speaks like Agent Smith. Because we have just a few moments here. Oh, wait, hold on. What was this? Okay. Because we have a few moments till they resume, I'm going to try to squeeze in a few voicemails because it's just been really, really hard. Let's see what else we've got here.
Hey, David. I've been watching your trial live streams every day, and because you got banned on Twitch during these trial recesses, lunches, hot food,
right?
Why don't you run ads or just add an ad, to trigger it to get more revenue?
Yeah, no, we've been running some ads. I very much appreciate it, and we're going to continue the stream of hot food. Whitney continues calling in.
So I am a second-generation immigrant. My dad came from England, and my family wasn't that involved with slavery.
Not that involved. Okay.
I came from the branch of people that did not leave England except
for. Jimmy from Philly called in.
David, Jimmy from Philly. So there's a backstory to this lawyer stuff. Okay, right. A lot of people talk.
There's a long backstory to legal. That's true.
About. So there was an attorney named Barnes. He's on Viva La Frog. He's a Canadian lawyer's YouTube a lot. Barnes' name being involved in Kyle's defense early on got a lot of donations sent to Kyle's startup funds or whatever the hell you would call them. Barnes had numerous experts willing to work for free. Barnes was working for free. The moment that Barnes started to question the donations, Kyle's lawyer told them all to go away. Told every one of them to go away. So, I don't know what's going on there, but this kid literally had free experts, an excellent attorney in Barnes.
I don't know what Jimmy is talking about, and he called right back.
David, Jimmy from Philly. What really kills me about this is here's a trial where lots of videos, listen to all the fake news. This kid's clearly innocent, and yet.
Now, this trial is actually not to determine the guilt or innocence of Kyle Rittenhouse. The trial is to determine guilt or lack of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. It's kind of funny when people come in with these takes about innocence. It's not even actually what the justice system is determining. We're already kind of starting off underwater when people start with that.
I have a trial going on now where a black man was, from what I've seen, killed illegally by white men. And nobody seems to care about that one. But they care. But, this.
All right. Man, I'm finding myself bored with Jimmy. Let's check out. I actually do want to hear from the Eggman. Let's listen.
Hi, Dave. I've been watching the Kyle Rittenhouse trial.
This is like the exact opposite, by the way, of Jimmy. You'll figure this out very quickly.
You have been doing regularly. I think there's a really good chance that he's going to get off on self-defense.
Yep.
I mean, except for the last shot in the back of the last guy, the Jewish guy. I forgot his name. Anyway,
Rosenbaum.
But he has other gun charges also that you cannot defend. He is going to go probably to federal prison. Dave, I guarantee you this. When Kyle Rittenhouse gets out of federal prison, he will be a full-fledged white supremacist. He will be held as a hero in there for the 5 to 10 years on the little gun charge that he gets. He will shave his head, and he will be a full fucking Nazi when he gets out of federal prison. I guarantee that. Now, Dave, what can we do to not do that, to perpetuate that. I don't know, man. I got all these thoughts in my head.
Normally, a defense motion for a mistrial does not preclude a retrial. I understand that. There are exceptions to that, however.
Are they talking about a mistrial?
The case that I am drawing this from is Day versus State. It's 76 with second 588.
Are they pulling for a mistrial and saying you can't retry him?
To this rule exists where a defendant's motion is necessitated by prosecutorial impropriety designed to avoid an acquittal. Now, what has happened in this morning?
Wow.
Was 2 times. The state had commented on Mr. Rittenhouse's right to remain. He was admonished by the court. The first time he was admonished.
All right, let's switch over to our better feed here.
And re-admonished him on that. Prior to Mr. Rittenhouse testifying, this court addressed various things with not only Mr. Rittenhouse, but with the lawyers. You had cited various statutes, and then you had asked if anything would be coming up on, for example, I think 90608. One of the other things you addressed was 90404. And you had said that based on the information that had come out at the trial, nothing had changed as it relates to your ruling. Shortly thereafter, Mr. Binger stated, and we looked it up, previously, he said to Mr. Rittenhouse, previously indicated that you wish to have your AR-15 to protect someone's property. Clearly in violation not only of the prior ruling that you had made, but the ruling that very day, that very morning. It appears to be that there are 2 really elements the court must consider when making a determination on mistrial for what amounts to prosecutorial overreaching.
They're asking for a mistrial. This could be it.
The prosecutor's actions must be intentional in the sense of a culpable state of mind, in the nature of awareness that his activity would be prejudicial to the defendant. I would argue to you that that's clearly aware of that. You had warned him, you had told him prior to Mr. Rittenhouse testifying that these things, certainly the 90404 was off limits. You had warned him about the infringement on his constitutional right to remain silent. He did it
Guys, they're asking for a mistrial without a retry possibility, which would basically be the end. Kyle would just go.
The second one says the prosecutor's actions was designed to allow another chance to convict. That is, to provoke a mistrial in order to get another kick at the cat because the first trial is going badly, or to prejudice the defendant's rights to successfully complete the criminal confrontation at the first trial. Now, the case that I had cited is a Kenosha case, State versus Coping.
Opening?
Yep.
Copium?
100 with second 700.
COPENING?
Yes, sir. In that case, the court didn't make findings regarding the prosecutor's actions. So I don't know that it's my role to sit here and say who's winning. I don't think that's necessarily what I'm supposed to do. But I think the court has to make some findings as it relates to the bad faith on the part of the prosecution. And if the court makes a finding that the actions that I had talked about were done in bad faith, then I think both elements for mistrial with prejudice have been met.
Bathrooms.
And I think under the circumstances, based on what I've put forth on the record, I would certainly ask the court to consider those. And I would ask the court grant the motion with prejudice. Thank you.
Thank you. State?
Your Honor, I would like an opportunity to more fully respond to this with a little bit of research. At first blush, though, and I reserve the right to present case law and additional sites to the court, but I do want to point out for the record that the defendant has presented interviews to at least one media source and at least one online source since his arrest. And there have been questions about that night There have been questions about what he did, things like that. He has decided, probably on advice of counsel in those circumstances, not to give a statement in the media about what happened. But he is talking about his family life, he's talking about his friends, he's talking about the circumstances of the case, he's talking about how this has affected him and things like that. So my point in asking those questions was, you have agreed to talk to the media, you've agreed to talk about yourself, you've agreed to give interviews, but until now, this is the first time you're explaining your actions. And so I wasn't referring to his in-custody statements. In fact, I never asked either detective about what the defendant told them. He actually starts to tell them some things, and then he says he wants a lawyer, and they stop him. And they Mirandize him first, by the way. Then he starts to tell them some things, and then he says, but I want to talk to my lawyer. And they're like, okay, we're done. So I'm not referring to that. I didn't ask any questions of the detectives about that. But since this, the defendant has spoken to the media. He has talked about his life, about circumstances related to this case. He just hasn't given his exact version of events that night. So his voluntary discussion to speak to the media has nothing to do with the Fifth Amendment. That is his own decision. And if he's going to pick and choose what he wants to talk about in those voluntary interviews with the media, then I think that's fair game. It doesn't implicate his Miranda rights. It doesn't implicate the Fifth Amendment. He's making his own voluntary choice.
Well, wait a minute. You don't think he could give an interview about his awards he won in high school, or his demerits that he got, or his and about his sports activities and his swimming and that, and declined to answer any questions about the incident in question, and that somehow a waiver of his right of silence?
I think he's doing more than that, Your Honor, in these interviews.
I don't know. I knew nothing about them. I never, I haven't seen I haven't seen probably 1% of all the evidence, which is pretty typical, as you know. So I have no way of knowing it. You have some interview.
If you're just joining us, the defense is asking for a mistrial with prejudice, which would mean this case is over in a mistrial and they cannot retry Kyle Rittenhouse. It's what's being requested. It's not clear at all right now whether the judge is inclined to grant that.
Magazine, where he speaks to the reporters also. And he doesn't go into specific details about what happened that night, but it's not like it's talking about school or swimming or things like that.
Well, no. Just don't leave it at, he doesn't go into specific details. I mean, it's certainly, there could be a waiver, but a very modest discussion about the activities of that night. And if you're suggesting that occurred, that could make a big difference. But even a small discussion on his part of the night in question might be a full waiver. I don't know, but I won't know until I see it.
This is the judge, not Kyle's lawyer.
Make copies of it and.
Can we have a few minutes to hear
Well, we
answers?
won't do it right now. I do agree with you that this is not something that I would want to do sitting here without giving you an opportunity to respond. Although I would be interested in your preliminary response to the excluded evidence that you touched on after having been told not to do it, or having been told that I was confirming my prior rulings.
I do want to just point out right now, we've got it on the screen. This is a Washington Post article, and there's reference to an interview that he says, the defendant says, he did not regret having his gun because, quote, I would have died that night if I didn't, end quote. So that's a direct quote from the defendant to the media about that night.
What about that?
Your Honor, all I can say about that interview is there were prior counsel representing him.
I don't care about that.
Well, and I believe it was a telephone interview. I don't know anything about the circumstances of that. I'd have to read the article.
Well, that might make a difference. And what about the you're asking questions about excluded evidence?
Your Honor, we went over this earlier, and I don't want to repeat myself because I know you've heard me, but if I could just summarize. I did hear you talk about that evidence this morning before testimony. The defendant then took the stand. He admitted that he had said to the person in the yellow pants that he had pointed the gun at that person. I have seen that video. It was actually introduced by the defense. I think it was even in their opening statement. And there's this person who confronts the defendant and accuses him of this. Frankly, to be honest, Your Honor, when I watched the video the first time, I didn't hear the defendant's reaction. I thought it was someone making an accusation and then the defendant walking away as if trying to avoid a confrontation. I was surprised to hear the defendant admit in his testimony, on direct, by his attorney, that yes, I did tell that person that I had pointed the gun at them. He explained then that he was joking when he said that. The jury can evaluate that. It goes to his credibility. It goes to whether or not he's telling the truth. It goes to his decision making. That is, again, this is an incident that occurred that night, so it's not something that happened separate in time. It presumably happened a few minutes before. But like I said, I was taken aback by the defendant admitting that he had said to this person, yes, I pointed a gun at you. And I think it's fair to say that watching that video, that person, believes strongly that this happened. The defendant is telling him it happened. Now the defendant today is giving us a different version and saying, oh, I made it, I was joking, I was just kidding that guy or whatever. I'd like to probe that. I'd like to probe what he said to that person. I'd like to probe what his motivations were, etc. I'd like to probe whether, in fact, he really did do that. And I think that changes the equation with regard to the CVS video that was the subject of the other act's motion. Because in my mind, it is very similar. And I know we've disagreed on that, and I'm not going to belabor the point, Your Honor, but that was where I was coming from, was there's been a change in the testimony of the defendant today that I think makes that evidence. It's admissible and much more relevant than it already was, and I thought it was already relevant. And the court is... I do want to be clear
so
also...
So I'm just here on the sidelines, just...
well, you...
Yeah, I had made a ruling that the evidence wasn't coming in, and you decided that it was.
If I could just respond to that briefly, Your Honor, I was about to say, I did not interpret your ruling as an absolute... We've had 3 state motions in the night. There was one in which we asked the court to introduce evidence that the defendant was at Pudgy's bar with Proud Boys, and you were clear, that is not coming in. There was...
don't get into other subjects. Come on, what you're telling me...
Oh, my God.
You're an experienced trial attorney, and you're telling me that when the judge says, I'm excluding this, you just take it upon yourself to put it in because you think that you've found a way around it? Come on.
If I may finish, Your Honor, I was about to say that your ruling on our 3 motions and other acts motions was there were some gradations there. That you were clear that some things were absolutely out, and then you left the door open on other things. So I saw that distinction, and I thought to myself, clearly I know this is out, but you left the door open on other things. So I didn't interpret your ruling as this is absolutely never coming in, and I have practiced before you, Your Honor. I have filed other acts motions before you. Your practice oftentimes is to reserve ruling on those until you see the evidence. And I think you even said something to that effect at our motion.
I undoubtedly did.
So I thought, this is my good faith explanation to you, and if you want to yell at me, you can. My good faith feeling this morning after watching that testimony was you had left the door open a little bit, now we had something new, and I was going to probe it.
I don't believe you. There better not be another incident. I'll take the motion under advisement.
Wow. This guy may push a mistrial.
When you say that you were acting in good faith, I don't believe that, okay?
Wow.
Let's proceed. Everybody in good faith.
He could be signaling for a mistrial.
Would you come up, please, Mr. Rittenhouse?
I do have...
Yeah.
Your Honor?
Yeah.
I do have another item that I want to raise before the jury comes in and raise it with you. There was another acts motion with regard to the defendant being at Pudgy's bar after a court appearance in January in which he poses for selfies wearing a shirt that says free as fuck. I would like to ask the defendant if he posed for selfies after a court appearance with members of the public wearing that shirt. I do not intend to talk about who those people were, what groups they were affiliated with, or anything along those lines. But I believe that it is relevant when the defendant goes to a bar after a court appearance and poses for selfies wearing a shirt like that. I think it is relevant to some of the issues that have come up in this case. For example, his remorse or lack of remorse, his utter disregard for human life. Those are things that I think it comes into play, because I think that behavior is not consistent with someone who has a regard for human life. The jury's already watched him break down on the stand with emotion. I'd like to probe how heartfelt and sincere these emotions are when you go to a bar and you pose for selfies with people, when you're out on bond in a first-degree intentional homicide trial wearing a free as fuck shirt. So, as I said, I want to use the photograph. I'm not going to talk about any of the people or who they were from. In fact, the photograph I'm going to use has actually got their faces blocked out, so we won't see any of the people in the crowd. We'll just see the defendant standing with a group of people for a selfie with that shirt on.
This is crazy.
That's as far as I want to go.
Handle this issue.
Nobody got an opportunity. First of all, you've made a ruling on it, and it was clear prior to him testifying. So part of this is, would we have raised it? Would we have brought it up if we would have known that it was going to be coming in? We have done there's been nothing to open this door, Judge. Nothing that has been said to open the door about what happened 4 months after this is relevant in any way to what happened that evening. That is part of what the court had ruled. You had said 4 months after. I don't see how that goes to any 90404 type of admissible evidence. So my argument is, A, you ruled on it previous to him testifying. You confirmed your ruling, which you had made previously, where Mr. Binger just said you had shut the door on it. So apparently he doesn't believe a door that is shut should stay shut. However, now he's asking that something be admitted that, to be fair, this should have been brought up sooner. This jury, I did the voir dire, I would have voir dired on an issue of whether or not they heard it, saw it, were aware of it, how they felt about it, whether it had an impact on their ability to be fair in the case. We never went there because of your prior ruling. So there's nothing that's opened this door, and I don't think it's relevant, something that happened 4 months later. He talks about indifference to human life. That's that night, not 4 months later. There's nothing that's relevant about that. You've already made your ruling. I ask that you stick with it.
I'm struggling with why it would be relevant to any of the issues in this case. If he were on trial for using exquisitely bad judgment, if he were on trial for behaving in a very offensive way, then I could see the purpose. But an incident that occurred 4 months after the incidents in question, I don't see how that jury can work with that in reaching any conclusions about the issues in this case.
First of all, Your Honor, we have introduced evidence that the defendant had a slogan on his TikTok page, "Bro, I'm just trying to be famous." This case has made him famous, and he's posing for selfies as a result. One of our theories of this case is that his behavior that night was intended to gain attention, to be famous, and he's reaped the benefits of that. Second of all, he is on trial, in my opinion, for exquisitely poor decision-making. Taking a gun that he's not legally entitled to have, coming down in violation of the curfew, running around the community with that gun, trying to be a police officer when he's not, confronting protesters that he knows are hostile.
Offering Medico.
And, all of those behaviors, I think, are exquisitely bad judgment. So the jury can make that decision. The jury can give what weight they want to this evidence. But it's moments after he has a court appearance here. He's out on bond in this case when he decides to do this behavior. And nobody made him do it. Nobody forced him to go to the bar. Nobody forced him to wear the shirt. Nobody forced him to pose for selfies. It's his own decision making.
When I made reference to exquisitely poor judgment, I was talking about at the incident when he was wearing the shirt. Because, look, everybody in all of humanity at one time or another displays bad judgment, sometimes exquisitely bad judgment, and we don't let it into people's trials on unrelated matters. So I wasn't referring to his having had good or bad judgment on the day in question. That's a legitimate inquiry, and you're being allowed to present a lot of evidence on that subject.
Wow.
And the jury is going to be instructed in some of the element of some of the crimes that are charged here is going to deal with the caliber of his judgment. But you're talking about an incident that occurred 4 months later. So I'm not seeing it, and I don't want to waste any more time with it. I don't
Wow.
I've ruled before it's not admissible, and I have heard nothing to change my mind about that.
It was sought to be admitted earlier for a different purpose, Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
It was sought to be admitted earlier for a different purpose than it is today. The court has ruled that it can't be admitted for the prior purpose, but I am seeking to introduce it for a different purpose today.
And that request is denied.
Thank you.
Okay? Are we ready to go?
So the jury's going to come in of further rulings beneficial to the defense for sure. I want to say thanks to Heather Hale. Heather is a new member on my website. Heather, really appreciate you. You're new member number 33 today. I also want to say thanks to Christy Carr. Christy signing up at joinpacman.com and is new member number 34. We continue to be live on Facebook and YouTube. We are banned from Twitch for 30 days. We are 2 days in with 28 days to go for showing a gory exhibit that was part of this trial. So I do invite you and really appreciate everybody who's been supporting us with memberships at joinpacman.com. You can also make a pledge at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. Those will count double today. And the mustache dies at 6 p.m. Eastern today if we don't reach 50. It may survive another day. It may not. That will ultimately be up to you. My fate is in your hands. To the voicemail I played from the Eggman just before this started, the Eggman says that whenever Kyle Rittenhouse is free, whether it's next week after a verdict or whenever, that he will be made a hero by the right. I believe that that is right. I believe Kyle Rittenhouse, will be glorified by the right as a hero. Period. Evaluate that. You decide whether that's a good or a bad thing. Badu asks whether, sir, did the judge not get any pizza or calzones? Yeah. Hot food of different kinds.
Elements of medical.
Right. Exactly. The audio is up. Everybody relax. It's the court that has silenced it. The audio goes in and out. It'll be back. I will warn people, if the chat gets trolly again, we've probably banned maybe 50 or 60 people today. If the chat gets off the rails, we'll go back to member-only chat mode, okay?
And I've sustained the objection to the last, so let's proceed.
Please proceed, Governor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rittenhouse.
Good afternoon.
You testified earlier that there were times that evening when Mr. Rosenbaum had threatened you. Is that right?
Yes.
And you described him as wearing a red shirt with a blue bandana. Is that correct?
At certain times.
Yeah. When he threatened you, that's what he was wearing?
I believe the first time he threatened me, he was wearing a red shirt with the blue bandana. The second time, he had it wrapped around his face.
Had what wrapped around his face?
His T-shirt.
So he wasn't wearing a shirt the second time around?
Correct.
And you indicated at one point you thought he had a chain in his hand?
I believe so.
Okay. When he made the threat to you with the red shirt on and the blue bandana, did he have the chain in his hand?
I think one of the times he did.
Okay, and so which of the times was it?
I can't recall off the top of my head. I think it was the time when he was threatening to cut people's hearts out.
And I don't need to know the threat, I just need to know which time it was. Was it the first time or the second time?
Second time. The second time.
What was he wearing the second time?
He was masked. Well, the shirt wrapped around his face.
And he didn't have a shirt on his torso.
Correct.
Okay. And you could see when he didn't have a shirt on his torso that he didn't have any gun tucked in his waistband, correct?
I wasn't paying attention to that. I was behind Joanne Fiedler. I was somewhere over there.
So how far away were you from Mr. Rosenbaum when he made the second threat?
By 10, 15 feet. I'm not really certain.
But you were close enough to hear the words out of his mouth?
Yes.
And you took that as a threat to you personally?
I took the first one where he said, if I catch you alone, I'm going to kill you. I took that as a threat to me personally. The second time, I took that as a threat to the group.
Can we have that photo, Exhibit 138 up on the screen, please? Do you see Mr. Rosenbaum in this picture?
I do.
And he's in the middle of the picture wearing the red shirt with the blue bandana, carrying the plastic bag, correct?
Yes.
Is that the way he looked when he made the first threat to you?
When he said, if I catch you alone, yes.
And he was carrying that plastic bag with him when he made that threat too, correct?
Correct.
How close was he when he made that first threat to you?
Close. I couldn't give you an exact estimate, but he was close, less than 5 feet.
So closer than Madam Court Reporter is to you now?
I'd say about the same, if not a little bit closer.
And you were next to Mr. Balch when that was said?
Correct.
Was anyone else there besides you, Mr. Balch, and Mr. Rosenbaum?
I believe there were other demonstrators around.
And you've seen in this trial that there's been a lot of video footage of that night, correct?
Yes.
And you've seen in this trial that there's a lot of video footage of you that night, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree with me that there's no video of either one of these threats, correct?
I don't know if somebody filmed it that I'm aware of right now.
You're not aware of any, are you?
I'm not.
So Mr. Rosenbaum looked like that at the time of the first threat, but then looked different at the time of the second threat? Is that right?
Yes.
And did you say he was carrying the chain when he made the first threat or the second one?
The second.
Okay. And he was still carrying that plastic bag the second time?
Yes.
That plastic bag has a clear side to it that allows you to see inside of it, right?
Sorta. I didn't really look into the bag.
So you didn't know what was in the bag at all?
I didn't.
Did he swing the chain at you when he made the second threat?
He did not.
Did he physically touch you when he made the second threat?
No, he didn't.
In fact, that entire evening, he never once touched your body, did he?
He grabbed my gun when he attacked me.
And that's why I asked the question the way I did. He never touched your body that night, correct?
He didn't touch me physically.
Okay. And
he touched me mentally.
The first or the second time, did he run at you or charge at you or anything like that, did he?
He didn't chase me.
He didn't even do anything physically aggressive to you, did he?
No.
He just said some words.
Yes.
And that chain that he had in his hand, he never did anything to physically threaten you with that chain, correct?
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And other than the chain that you've described, at no point in the evening did you ever see Joseph Rosenbaum with any other type of weapon, correct?
Not that I saw.
Never saw him with a gun?
Correct.
Never saw him with a knife?
Correct.
Never saw him with a bat?
Correct.
Never saw him with a club?
Correct.
How far apart in time were these two threats that you say Mr. Rosenbaum made to you?
I want to say, I can't give you a definite time. I wasn't looking at my clock, but I'd say within the same hour.
And both of those threats occurred while you were on the 59th Street property?
The second threat happened at the corner, and the first threat happened towards Ruther Central High School.
Okay, could you use that laser pointer and point out on that map where the first threat occurred?
The first threat happened right here in front of the building.
So you're pointing at a location that is by the 59th Street car source on the south side of that property, along the building and Sheridan Road on the west side of the road. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And you said there was a second threat within an hour after that, correct?
Yes.
Where was that threat at?
It was somewhere over here, I remember, like on the other side of the property, towards Ruther Central.
More towards the northeast corner of that same property.
Correct.
But you were still on the car source property when that second threat was allegedly made, correct?
Yes.
Did you remember what Mr. Rosenbaum had said to you later on when he's confronting you at the 63rd Street car source?
I took a mental picture of his face. When he said those threats, I recognized that was him that said that when he started chasing me.
So when you are running away from him at the 63rd Street car source, you're thinking to yourself, this is the guy who had made a threat to me earlier. Is that fair to say?
I was thinking this is the guy that said if he catches me alone, he'll kill me, as I'm running away from him.
The reason I asked Mr. Rittenhouse is, how did you know it was the same guy when he's changed the way he looks?
His appearance, the shorts, his height.
But in both of those instances that you've described, he's got something covering his face, either the blue bandana in one instance or the red shirt in a different instance, correct?
He was wearing the red shirt when he chased me around his head.
So you remember that from the second time that you say he threatened you?
Yes.
And you thought to yourself, this is the same guy?
Yes.
So when you eventually were getting to the point where you're going down to the 63rd Street car source, right before the shooting, you recognized him as you're following him down the street, didn't you?
I didn't follow Mr. Rosenbaum down the street.
He was in front of you. You know that now, right?
I know that now.
But you didn't see him ahead of you as you're walking down there that night?
No, it was dark out.
But you, at some point as you get close to the 63rd Street car source, start running towards that lot, right?
Towards the fire that in the Duramax.
And Mr. Rosenbaum is running ahead of you, isn't he?
I don't believe so.
But you decided you needed to run because of the fire in the Duramax?
Yes.
Why? What was so urgent?
It was a fire?
There's fires all over the place, so?
I was getting to the fire to put it out.
We'll get back to that in a second. You indicated that while you were at the 59th Street car source, you said you put out a fire at the church next door. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you hear Joanne Fiedler's testimony yesterday that when you guys went over there, somebody had put some sort of flammable liquid on the door? Did you hear that testimony?
I did. I believe that was referring to the Ruther Central High School.
Okay, so when she described it as happening at the church, you think that was, she was getting it confused?
Yes.
Say yes? Okay. So whatever happened with this flammable liquid on the door, the point is some other group, some other people put that out before you even got there, correct? Why did you feel that you should go around off the 59th Street car source property and put out fires?
To make sure my community didn't get burnt down and help.
And when you say your community, you mean Kenosha?
Yes.
again, you're from Antioch. You're not living in Kenosha at this time when this all happens, right?
My dad lives in Kenosha.
Lots of people live in Kenosha, but you didn't, right?
My residence was in Antioch.
Okay. But you felt like you wanted to do things to protect this community. Fair?
The community that I was part of, yes.
And you felt like it was appropriate for you to take matters into your own hands to put out fires, for example.
To put out fires by using a fire extinguisher, yes.
Even though they weren't on the 59th Street property, correct?
Correct.
And were there other things that you decided it would be appropriate for you to go out there and take care of off the 59th Street property that night?
I was walking around and asking people if they needed medical help.
So you felt that you wanted to go out and help people, help protect people, help people feel better, treat people, things like that, even off the 59th Street property.
Provide first aid.
Normally in our
which he wasn't trained to do, we learned.
Society, that's something that we call 911 for, right?
Normally, yes.
Where are we headed?
I think that the defendant's decisions to go off that property and involve himself in other matters are relevant, Your Honor.
Well, I'll let you pursue it, but
and that's exactly how these shootings happen. So,
well, that's what the trial is about.
which is why I think it's relevant.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Normally, we would, if there's a fire, if there's somebody committing a crime, you call 911, right?
Normally, yes.
You didn't feel like you could do that night, correct?
I don't think that I saw from the nights prior that the fire department wasn't responding to put out fires.
Well, the nights before, there were businesses on fire along 22nd Avenue. There's the car source, large-scale property fires on the prior nights, correct?
Yes.
On the night of August 25th, we didn't have any fires like that. We just had a couple dumpsters, smaller things, right?
That I saw, yes.
I didn't hear you, sir.
That I saw, yes.
But regardless of how big the fire is, you felt that night that calling 911 was not an option, correct?
I didn't feel that if I called 911, anyone would show up.
Which is why you decided to take care of it yourself, correct?
To provide first aid and put out fires.
To do the things that normally we would expect the police or the fire department to do, correct?
To help people, yes.
The prosecutor should ask for yes
Please
or no's,
move
which
that
you can
microphone a
do.
little closer so we can make sure we hear everything you're saying. You can adjust it if you need to move it a little closer. Thank you.
Let me, permit me to interrupt for just a moment. How's the temperature? How many are comfortable the way things are? Okay, I won't even ask the other side. There. See you ice cubes? There's nothing to worry about. It must be blowing differently here. Go ahead, Mr.
You came to Kenosha that night armed with the AR-15 and no other ways to physically defend yourself, correct?
I had an AR-15, yes.
Other than that, you had no other weapons or devices that you could use to defend yourself that night, correct?
Yes.
There's an interview in which you say you're not carrying anything non-lethal. Do you recall that?
I do.
You indicated in response to one of your attorney's questions that there was no friction with the protesters that night. Did I understand you correctly?
By friction, you mean?
Well, I'm using your words.
Whatever you meant by it when you said
I heard
it.
you say, in response to your attorney's question, that there was no friction with the protesters that night. Did I hear you correctly?
Yes.
And you're describing what you observed when you were at the 59th Street car source. Fair enough?
Yes.
So, based on your several hours at that location, it seemed to you as though the crowd of, however you want to describe them, they've been called rioters, protesters, demonstrators, and you, things were fine. No tension, no friction, no nothing. Fair to say?
For the most part, other than Mr. Rosenbaum.
He was the only one
that threatened, yes.
That you saw?
Yes.
Can we please play exhibit number 18 at the 1 hour and 22 second and 22 minute and 14 second mark?
Please proceed, Governor.
Thanks to Bradley Nestor for signing up on my website. Bradley, I really appreciate you signing up today. Also, thanks to Lindsay Craig, who signed up at joinpacman.com. Thank you, Lindsay. Oh, also thanks to Isaac Schultz for signing up on my website. You're number 37 today. Thank you, Isaac.
Okay. Can you please play from this point?
And militia are up there.
We need water. Yeah, we got a fire.
Where? Oh, dumpster fire?
Yeah, just a dumpster fire. Hey, it's just like the year, man.
Yeah, right? If 2020 was a blunt, it would be just a fucking stem.
It would just be stem and seed, man.
Yeah, I could use a doobie right now.
Hey, cover me, I got this. All right, let's... Morning. How's it going? You guys want to find out?
Hey.
You want
Reel in.
That's what's up.
Reel in. Don't cause problems when there's none here. Yeah, that's true. Just stay on your property. Otherwise, you're gonna there's way too many of them there. I have to agree with her. I have to agree with her. Yeah, they shouldn't be on the street. They're just protecting their property. One of their guys is an asshole.
I know. I thought they were yelling at them. I was like, why?
Oh, no,
well, we did because they lit it on fire.
One of the guys losing his patience. He should go inside.
Yeah, that's what we're about to send him.
Yeah, if you guys could switch him out. Just somebody's loose cannon. He's got a lot of rage. He says the wrong thing. This whole crowd burns you guys alive.
Yeah.
Protect your property. They're respecting that. Just keep it there. Dude, he's just trying to protect his property.
Do you think that looks like friction?
A little bit.
And you witnessed that, didn't you?
I didn't witness what Mr. Collette did. I didn't see that.
But you saw the reaction from the crowd, right?
Yeah, a little bit. I wasn't really paying much attention to that.
Would you agree with me that it seems that the crowd was reacting to members of your group going out in the street and trying to interfere with what was going on off your property?
I don't think they were happy about it.
So at some point, the prosecutor may have to ask for yes or no answers.
This video specifically told you to stay on your property and not go out on the street and try and put out fires or interfere with any of that stuff. Just protect your property. Isn't that what he told you?
I believe so. I was just going to grab the garbage can, the dumpster that belonged to the car source that was on the car source property.
This is before you headed south towards the 63rd Street car source, right?
Yes.
This is before you decided to go down there with a fire extinguisher, correct?
Yes.
This is before you shot Mr. Rosenbaum, Mr. Huber, Mr. Grosskreutz, and at the person that was jumping over you, correct?
Yes.
So you knew that this was a crowd that would not react very favorably to you going out there and trying to put out fires or interfere with any of that stuff. You knew that, didn't you?
I didn't.
Even after that incident, you still didn't have any idea that this is a crowd that's not going to take it very well.
It seems like they were more mad at the part of him screaming what he screamed after, not putting out the fire. That's what it seemed like to me.
And he screams to them, "Fuck around and find out," right?
That's what he screamed to them.
After they had just tried to light a dumpster on fire, right?
Yes.
So what did you interpret that to mean?
I don't know. I didn't witness in the time. I just grabbed the dumpster a minute after and tried to pull it onto the property.
Because it seems to me he's saying, you light stuff on fire and I'm going to use my gun.
Your Honor, that's a total mischaracterization.
I'll withdraw the question.
It doesn't matter what it seems to you. It's
Your Honor,
clear.
I asked you not to ask the questions and then withdraw them.
Yeah,
The defense does that too.
It doesn't matter what it seems to you. You can ask your questions. That's fine. Go ahead.
It was shortly after that incident that we just watched where you were interviewed by Richie McGinnis, correct?
Yes.
And you said you've never heard of him, never dealt with him before this night?
I have not.
Okay. So why did you talk to him?
He seemed like a nice guy.
Did he introduce himself as from the media?
He didn't specifically said, "Hey, I'm from the media." He was like, "Hey, do you want to do an interview?"
And when you heard him ask you to do an interview, you didn't think that meant he's from the media?
No, it's not what I said. I said he didn't specifically say he was from the media.
Okay, but you assumed when he says, "I'm going to interview," that he's from the media, right?
Yes.
And did he tell you he's from the Daily Caller?
He did not.
Okay. So you didn't know what media company he worked for?
Correct.
But you agreed to have him interview you on camera, correct?
Yes.
Can we please play exhibit number 16?
Uh-oh. This I haven't seen. Thanks to Lifus Swindoll and Sadie Etzweiler for signing up on my website, joinpacman.com. I so appreciate you guys. Thank you.
That one up there?
What are you doing out here? Obviously, you're armed and you're in front of this business we saw burning last night. So, what's up?
My job is there's somebody running around.
Can anybody hear it?
And what about these other folks? I see there's some other people who are armed as well. Gotcha. And then what about these guys up on the roof? Gotcha.
In that video, you indicate that you have your AR-15 to protect yourself, correct?
Yes.
And you indicate that you're going to run out there and treat anyone who needs medical help, correct?
Yes.
Were you going to bring the gun along when you did that?
Yes.
To defend yourself while you're treating someone?
If I needed to defend myself while treating somebody, yes.
If you didn't think there was friction with the crowd and you're out there trying to help, Why did you expect there'd be any danger?
From the previous nights when I saw people being assaulted.
Were they medics being assaulted?
I don't know who they were. I know one of them was just trying to put out a fire at his business.
So you saw someone put out who was trying to put out a fire who got assaulted?
Yes.
But if you're going to help people, why would you expect anyone would try and hurt you?
I don't know. Somebody did try to hurt me, and I was helping people.
Well, you're talking about later on.
Yes.
Okay, but at this moment in time, this is before the shootings.
Yes.
This is before you cross 60th, before you deal with Rosenbaum, Huber, Grosskreutz, all that, right?
Yes.
So at this moment in time, you don't think there's a hostile crowd, you're there to help people, and yet you're going to run out there with the AR-15. I don't understand why you felt that you were going to be in danger if you're out in what you think is a friendly crowd, helping them.
I didn't say I didn't think they were hostile. I didn't think they were hostile towards us.
Okay, so they're not hostile to you and you're going to go help them. Why do you need the gun when you go out there?
I need the gun because if I had to protect myself because somebody attacked me.
Why would you think anybody would do that?
I don't know.
But you clearly planned on it. You were prepared for it. You thought it was going to happen.
No, I didn't.
That's the whole reason you brought the gun, isn't it?
I brought the gun to protect myself.
Exactly.
Which you thought you would need.
Because
why?
You thought you personally were going to be in danger, right?
Not necessarily.
I don't understand. You said you're going to bring the gun to protect yourself. So you thought you were going to be in danger, right?
I didn't think I would be put into a situation where I would have to defend myself.
You said that the people around you on that property and the people up on the roof were there to protect you. That's what you said in the video, right?
Yes.
You meant when you go out in the crowd, they're going to protect you, right?
Watch over me, yes.
Watch over and protect you, right?
Yes.
Again, because you expected that if you go out in that crowd to try and provide medical service, you thought you were going to get attacked?
They were to watch me. They were on the roof to watch me, and if somebody was to attack me in their view, they could say, "Hey, Kyle, watch out."
They've got AR-15s.
Yes.
We talked earlier about the fact that the AR-15, you can't use deadly force to protect the building, right?
Correct.
The AR-15 was to protect you, right? That's what you just said.
Not the AR-15. I said they could shout down to me and be like, "Hey, Kyle."
To shout, you don't need a gun.
So they're just carrying around the AR-15s for no reason?
I don't know why they're carrying around the AR-15s.
Can we play exhibit? This is the end. At the end of this video is where you invite Mr. McGinnis to follow you and Ryan Balch, correct?
Yes.
And you invited him to do that because you want, I think you said when your attorney was asking you questions, that you wanted him to film you while you were out in the crowd doing your thing. Fair?
I said it was okay for him to film me.
Let's play exhibit 17, please.
So, this looks terrible for him, but I don't think it changes the plausible self-defense argument that the defense is making.
It's got kind of like medics who are packing. Yeah, right? Well, he's an EMT. Gotcha. I was kind of protecting him. Oh, you're certified EMT? Gotcha.
McGinnis just asked you, so you're a certified EMT? And you said yes, correct?
Yes.
That was a lie, correct?
I'm not an EMT.
You're not a certified EMT. You're not an EMT of any kind. You weren't on that night, correct?
Yes.
So you lied to him, correct?
I told him I was. I told him I was. And
Just a yes. It's a lie.
And you knew you were being interviewed by someone in the media when you told that lie, didn't you?
Yes.
Please continue.
And do you work as an EMT normally? Gotcha. Well, thank you for your service. I appreciate your service.
Elements of medical.
Can we back up 10 seconds, please? And then just pause right there.
The audio is a disaster, yeah.
We just heard a voice say something to you, Mr. Balch, about people throwing rocks or something along those lines. I don't really need to know exactly what they said, but did you hear that voice?
The police officer from the Bearcat, yes.
That's what I was going to ask. That's one of the law enforcement officers in that armored vehicle that you're walking past, correct?
Yes.
And this, what we're watching in this video happens a few minutes after those same Bearcats had come to the 59th Street property and handed you some bottles of water, correct?
Yes.
And they say to you something to the effect of, "We appreciate you guys." Do you remember that?
I do.
That's
Not a
when you
joke.
were on the 59th Street property and you were acting like you were guarding that property, correct?
Yes.
So how did it make you feel when the police are letting you pass the lines, they're warning you about people throwing rocks, they're handing out bottles of water, they're telling you that they appreciate you? How'd that make you feel?
I didn't really care. I was thankful for the water because I had OC stuff, gas in my eyes, but I didn't really notice or care.
It didn't make you feel like they approved of what you were doing?
No.
It didn't make you feel like you're emboldened now to go out there and act on their behalf?
No.
Let's play the video here, please.
Elements of medical.
Pause. You yelled something friendly. I'm not sure how many times, but you yelled friendly out.
Yes.
This is, if I can use the pointer, you are crossing on the west side of Sheridan Road. You are crossing south across 60th Street here, heading across the police line, which had barricaded across 60th and Sheridan. Fair?
Yes.
You understood at this moment that you are now entering a crowd of whatever you want to call them, protesters, demonstrators, your attorneys called them rioters or looters or whatever. That's who you're going to now be part of. You're going to be in that crowd, right?
I was walking through, I announced myself as friendly and that I was there to help them.
Because you had to do that to warn these people that, hey, I'm on your side, right?
I told them that I was friendly.
Because if you didn't say that, you were worried they would see you as hostile, correct?
Can you re-ask your question?
Sure.
I'm trying to
Absolutely.
understand.
It's actually a very clear question.
Go up to Dominic Black or Ryan Balch. You don't need to tell them you're friendly because they know that you're friends, right? We don't tell this to our friends.
Yeah.
We say friendly to people that aren't our friends, people that might be hostile to us, right?
Yeah, I said it to them because they were throwing rocks at me, and when I told them I was friendly, they stopped throwing rocks at us.
And to be accurate, they were throwing at the Bearcats, not at you.
Yeah.
One of them hit one of the armored vehicles and bounced off towards you and Mr. Balch, right?
Yeah.
It didn't do any damage to that armored vehicle, did it?
Not that I'm aware of.
I mean, can you imagine trying to harm an armored vehicle with a rock? That's pretty hard to do, right?
Yeah.
But no one was throwing rocks at you, but you were kind of in the ricochet line of fire. It's fair to say?
Yeah.
So you wanted to let these people know that, hey, I might look like I'm on the other side, but I'm really friendly. Fair?
I wasn't on any side, but
I didn't say that. I said that you might appear to them. I mean, that was what you were worried about, right? When you said friendly? And I notice you looking over at your attorney a lot. Can you, I'm trying to ask you, when you are doing this.
He's looking directly at Mr. Binger, and I'm behind him. He accused Mr. Rittenhouse of looking at his attorney. Does he want him to look at the ceiling?
I'll continue, Your Honor. You, at this very moment, announced yourself as friendly because you were worried that the people on the other side of that street would see you as hostile. Fair?
I can't tell you how I think they would see me, but I just told them I was friendly.
You felt the need to announce that for some reason.
I was asking you what you thought when you said this.
Yeah, he dummies up.
You said you announced yourself as friendly because you thought to yourself at that very moment, I'm walking into a group that is hostile to me. Isn't that true?
It looked hostile. They were throwing rocks at the squad car, not the squad cars.
So you did think there was hostility, okay.
And you felt it was necessary to tell them friendly, 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 so that they wouldn't do anything to you. Fair?
Yes.
Wow. Took a while.
Let's continue the video.
Took a while to get to that. This is the Medico moment.
Elements of medical. Elements of bathrooms.
Awesome. There's a person that comes up to you carrying a skateboard. Do you see that?
I do.
And he's got some fire extinguishers slung over his shoulder?
Yes.
And he says something to you about something putting out fires, and you respond, they know. Did I understand what you said correctly there? They know?
That's what I just heard, but I don't remember that interaction very well, other than helping the guy after with the shoulder.
And that's going to come up in a second here, but when you're talking to this individual about the fire extinguishers, do you remember anything about that conversation?
It's hard to recall, but I think it was about fires, that they were putting out fires.
Okay. And when you said they know, who's they?
I don't recall.
Do you have any idea what you were talking about?
I don't.
It seems to me, Mr. Rittenhouse, that this person is suggesting he's going to go put out some fires, and you're sort of assuring him that you don't need to, it's okay. Would that be a fair interpretation or no?
No.
Okay. But you don't remember what was going on?
I don't remember the conversation, what it was about, other than fires, and I don't recall it.
This is one of the guys in the group that you later got your fire extinguisher from, right?
No.
Okay, we'll get to that in a second. Let's continue.
Please proceed, Governor.
Brian, can you continue?
You good?
Notice that there's a lot of deference to this 17-year-old kid from all sorts of different people. And you have to wonder, would they be deferring to him in this way if he was not walking around with an AR-15 and just with his elements of medical?
Elements of medical.
I think someone's got some medical weed, I'll tell you that.
Elements of medical.
You're walking around asking people in this crowd if they need medical. And you talked earlier about treating a couple, I don't know, somebody at the 59th Street car source, right?
Minor injuries.
Minor injuries. When you were walking around outside that property, when you're out in the street announcing what you're announcing, did anybody respond and say, yeah, I need help from you?
Yes.
When was that?
I don't recall an exact time, but somebody cut their finger open and I gave them some gauze and some bandage tape.
Was that before or after this? Do you remember?
Before.
Where physically did that happen?
Their finger. That's a joke, guys.
I don't recall.
And was this a situation where you announced or yelled out that you could help, and then somebody said, "Yeah, I need some help"? Was that what went on in that situation?
Yes.
Okay. As you're walking along here, from this point until the end, till you shoot Rosenbaum and Huber and Grosskreutz, no one in this crowd ever says to you, "Yeah, I do need medical. Come over and help me." Correct?
Yes.
That's correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's continue. This is the individual who accuses you of pointing your gun at them, right?
Yes.
And he says that you did so when he was on a vehicle, right?
Yes.
And in fact, he had been at the 59th Street Car Source location, climbing on, sitting on, jumping on one of the vehicles in that lot, hadn't he?
Not that I'm aware of. I know I heard Joanne Fiedler testify to that, but I don't remember seeing him at that location.
But he accuses you of that here.
He does.
And you tell him, basically, "Yeah, I did point the gun at you," right?
I shrugged it off and said, "Yeah, I did," sarcastically, meaning I didn't, but I just didn't want a confrontation, so I was like, "I did," and walked away.
Why did you lie to him?
I didn't lie to him. I was using sarcasm.
The words you said, "Yeah, I did," those weren't true, were they?
Your Honor, this is ridiculous. We're now fighting over sarcasm. This is a murder trial.
This is sarcasm. He says it's a lie. He's entitled to examine on it. Go ahead.
When you told that individual, "Yeah, I did point a gun at you," that wasn't true, was it?
I didn't point a gun at him.
So why did you react to him that way in that particular moment?
I thought that would be the best way to avoid conflict. I just said, "Yeah, I did," sarcastically, like, I don't know what you're talking about.
What conflict were you trying to avoid?
Any conflict, if he would have got, like, he was accusing me of something I didn't do, so I thought the best thing the best thing to do would be to walk away instead of getting into some argument. So,
but you didn't just walk away. You said to him sarcastically, "Yeah, I did."
I said sarcastically, "I did," and walked away.
Because you were worried about a conflict. What conflict were you worried about?
A verbal argument.
This individual is clearly expressing to you that he's unhappy because he thought you pointed your gun at him, correct?
Yes.
And you can understand why someone would be upset when you point an AR-15 at them, correct?
Yes.
You knew that even before this, right?
Yes.
In fact, back at the 59th Street Car Source, that crowd that you've described as not having any friction, many in that crowd got upset because they thought people in your group were pointing their laser pointers at them. Do you remember that?
I saw it in the videos, but I don't know what other people were doing.
I'm not saying anybody actually was. I'm saying the crowd was upset, and you knew that. You heard them complaining, correct?
Watching the videos, yes.
And even at that time, that night, you heard the crowd upset because they thought members of your group were pointing their laser pointers at them. Do you remember that from that night?
Sorta, yes or no. I remember Ryan Balch saying something like telling the people to stop pointing their lasers at people or something. I don't really
Very confusing.
remember that.
Ryan Balch was telling the people in your group to stop doing that.
The people on the roof
who were part of your group, right?
That were there, yes.
So you know when we're talking about laser pointers, we're talking about the sight at the end of some guns that helps almost like this, right? If somebody does this at me, that could be someone pointing a gun, correct?
It could be seen as that.
And that's what the crowd was complaining about, right?
Yeah.
So you knew from that crowd incident, and you certainly knew from this incident, that when people have guns pointed at them, it can really escalate the situation, correct?
Yeah, I don't think anybody had lasers on their guns. I think.
Yeah, but let's go back to your group at 59th Street, because you actually didn't know any of those people other than Dominic and Nick Smith, right?
Yes.
You had just met Ryan Balch for the first time 3 or 4 hours before this video, right?
Yeah.
You had just met Jason Lakowski for the first time, just actually only a few minutes before this, right? Because he didn't get in until 10:45.
Correct.
So at this point in the video, I don't know, this is probably about 11:30 or so at night?
I met him about 35 minutes prior to that.
And probably had only spent, what, 10, 15 minutes at all in the same location as Jason Lakowski before you walk south?
Yes.
So, again, Jason Lakowski was someone you'd never met before that night.
Correct.
And you barely spent any time with him that night, correct?
Correct.
And of course, the people up on the roof, other than Dominic Black and Nick Smith, you didn't know any of them before that night either, correct?
I knew Dominic Black and Nick Smith, but the people on
I misspoke their names.
Sorry.
Dominic Black and Nick Smith.
I knew those are the two people I knew on the roof.
Other than that, you didn't know anyone else before this night. Fair?
Correct.
Now, when this little interaction that we've just watched happens, you're still walking with Ryan Balch, aren't you?
I'm not. I thought I was at the time, but seeing hindsight view, I'm not.
When you decided to cross 60th with Ryan Balch, you two talked about the fact that if you get separated, to go back to the 59th Street car source, right?
I don't recall that conversation happening.
But you tried to do that, didn't you?
I did.
Because you felt like if I'm out here by myself, that's not good. I need to head back, right?
Yes.
And you also talked to Ryan Balch about the fact that when you get out into this crowd, keep your mouth shut. Don't antagonize them. Didn't Ryan talk to you about that?
No, we didn't talk about that.
So at this very moment, you're telling us you've lost track of Ryan Balch.
A little bit ahead, but around that time, yes.
Let's continue the video.
What, yesterday or today?
Pause. You have just walked off the screen, heading east across Sheridan Road to the Ultimate gas station, correct?
Yes.
And at that point in time, you don't know where Ryan Balch is, correct?
When I stop and look around, yes.
And instead of deciding to head back at this point, you go over to Ultimate Gas and you talk to some folks over there. Fair?
I walk over to the Ultimate gas station, I walk around, and I try to see if I can find Mr. Balch.
And you couldn't do that?
No.
So then you decided to approach the police line and cross back, correct?
Yes.
Because you decided your best course of action at that point would be to return to the same group that you'd been with, correct?
Yes.
Now, at that moment in time, the police had pushed everybody south of 60th, right?
Sorta. I don't really know if there were...
Did you say south to 60th?
I said south of 60th.
Oh, okay.
Let's go back a little bit. We watched that interview with Richie McGinnis where he first comes up to you and talks to you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you're standing there at the 59th Street property, aren't you?
I am.
And he talks to you about what you're going to do, and you're going to run out and help people, things like that, right?
Yes.
At that point, the police had already passed with all the Bearcats and MRAPs and armored vehicles, right?
It's what it looks like, yes.
And they had established a line on 60th and Sheridan, correct?
Yes.
And they pushed all of the protesters, demonstrators, rioters, whatever you want to call them, all of them south of 60th, correct?
I don't know if I can honestly answer all of them. I don't know. I believe there are some people still north down Sheridan and in the across the street.
So were there, I mean, we saw a crowd earlier of lots of protesters out in the street. That group, the numbers had dwindled quite a bit.
Yes.
Okay. So after the police move everybody south of 60th, there's no more actual threat. to the 59th Street car source? Is there?
I don't know.
Well, at that moment in time, what imminent threats did you see to the 59th Street car source property?
I don't know.
Did you see any?
Remember seeing any protesters out in the street in front of the 59th Street car source after the police pushed everybody south of 60th?
I believe there were some across the street, but not many. I can't recall completely.
And that was just 2 or 3 people, right?
I don't know how many people.
None of those people came across the street to the 59th Street car source, did they?
I don't know. If they did, I would have walked off.
Not that I saw.
So you didn't see them
Right.
across the street?
I did not.
Fair to say that after the police pushed everybody south of 60th, you never saw any people threatening that property, correct?
I didn't see anybody.
That's the question.
And your goal that night, you took it upon yourself.
He's being allowed to answer in ways that soften the impact versus a yes or no.
Sure. But you were going to station yourself at that property to try and protect it from damage. Fair?
The car source locations, yes.
And once the police had pushed everybody south of that, there was no more danger.
At that car source location, yes.
Okay. So why not go home at that point?
Because the police were still pushing people back, and then they were backing up, and I was still helping people provide medical first aid.
Okay, so the police had established the line at 60th with their Bearcats at that point, right?
Yes.
And there was no indication that they were going to reverse and back up and move back north again that you saw, correct?
No, they did it earlier in the night where they did the same thing.
Right, but this is at 11:30, 11:40 at night, and they've established that, the police have established that line, and as far as you can tell, it's going to stay there, right?
I don't know.
And you talked about trying to provide medical help, but there's no one around that needs medical help at the 59th Street car source at that point, is there?
Elements of medical.
Not that I noticed.
So you don't have any purpose there anymore, do you?
Other than...
So why not go home?
Because I was going to help people provide first aid and medical assistance.
Elements of
But
medical.
that wasn't the reason you were there that night. You were there that night to protect the 59th Street car source.
It was one of the reasons I was there. Part of my reasons of being there was to protect the car source properties and provide first aid and medical assistance.
So you went out in the crowd, like we see in this video, looking for anyone who needed your help.
If somebody asked that if somebody
So
said,
notice he's given 3 different explanations for why he was actually there.
Why go with Ryan Balch?
because you're safer and better in pairs when there's somebody else that's also with you.
So when you crossed 60th, you were worried about your safety?
A little bit.
Which he said he was not.
You think this is not a hostile crowd, and
Right.
you're there to help them.
Right.
You were still worried about your safety.
It's
That's why you
actually
needed
getting
Balch to
pathetic.
back you up, right?
I said I didn't think they were hostile towards me. I didn't say that they weren't a hostile crowd.
Wow.
So let me
That's a new
rephrase my
one now.
question. That's to take that into account. You didn't think this was a crowd that was hostile to you personally, and you thought you were going to help them, but yet you also felt you needed a backup, an armed former Army infantryman to protect you.
Right.
Fair?
Yes.
And yet when he's gone, and you can't find him, you don't immediately go back, right?
I look for him for a second, and then I think max I look for him for like 3 minutes, and then I try to go back.
And when you couldn't get back straight across the police lines, did you decide to try and go around the police lines? For example, the Ultimate gas station is here at 60th and Sheridan. Why didn't you walk down the
My guess is his defense is soon going to try to argue that this isn't going anywhere to kind of accelerate or interrupt this.
way and go around?
I don't know. I guess it was very close in time that I was heading back. That I was turned down by the police before I got the phone call from Dominic Black. So I guess I didn't have time to really think like which ways I can go around.
You knew the layout of downtown Kenosha, right? Because you said you drove that area the whole time.
It's his community.
Right?
A little bit.
So
all of a sudden he's less familiar with
you
Kenosha.
go over to the Ultimate Gas Station and you spend some time talking with folks that are there who are similarly dressed as you. They've got similar clothing, similar weapon, things like that, right?
Similar weapons. I wouldn't say similarly dressed.
But you went over there because you felt that those were people doing something similar to what you were doing that night. Fair?
I thought that would be the safest spot for me to go.
Why
did he need to find a safe spot? Right. Yeah.
Because I was alone, and they were, like I said, you're better in pairs, and I didn't want to be alone in that situation.
But there was no friction.
You didn't want to be alone out here with this crowd that we see on the screen right now.
I did not want to be alone with them.
You wanted to be with the group at Ultimate Gas that had AR-15s like you, right?
I wanted to be back at the car source where there weren't people around.
Right, and we've talked about that, but initially you go to Ultimate Gas
to look for Ryan, yes.
But you also talk to people who have AR-15s just like you, right?
I wouldn't say I talked to them. I asked, after the phone call, I asked a guy for a fire extinguisher and to come with me.
Let's play exhibit number 11 at the 54-minute and 30-second mark.
Hey, thanks to Bradley Nestor and Sayers Seaman for signing up on my website. I really appreciate your support and everybody's support today. That's numbers 40 and 41. Also, Rocco Saldana has just made a pledge on Patreon. Those count double today, so that already gets us to 43.
Corey Elijah live stream when he's in the Ultimate Gas lot.
This is a bloodbath, but I don't know that it changes the outcome, which may be why the defense decided this was worth
Mr.
doing.
Rittenhouse, that's Ryan Balch standing there in the Ultimate Gas lot, correct?
Yes.
Let's play this video.
That's fireworks and look down there.
I don't know.
Pause. We just saw you run through this video, correct?
Yes.
I started this video at the 54-minute and 30-second mark. It is now paused at the 54-minute and 56-second mark. So for 26 seconds, Corey Elijah has Ryan Balch on screen, center of this video during that entire time, right?
Yes.
And you run right past where Corey Elijah is standing, right?
Yes.
And Ryan Balch is loitering there in the middle of the screen for at least 26 seconds, right?
That's what it looks like on the screen.
And your testimony is you were trying your best to find Ryan Balch at the Ultimate Gas Station at this point?
Well, that's one of 6 stories.
To protect you?
That's one of 6 stories.
I was looking for Ryan Balch, but I didn't notice him as I was running away, running towards car source 3.
But for 26 seconds before you start running, he's standing right there, isn't he?
Yes, and when he's standing right there, before I run with the fire extinguisher, I'm over here on the phone with Dominic Black.
How long was your phone call with Dominic Black?
About 30 seconds.
Okay, so before that, you'd been looking for Ryan Balch?
Before that, I tried to get back to the car source lot number 1.
And you'd also been looking for Ryan Balch.
Seeing if I could see him in the crowd of people.
Because you wanted a partner, a buddy, to protect you.
To protect each other, yes.
And in fact, when you
protection he didn't need,
you asked someone in that group to come along with you, right?
Yes.
Because you wanted someone there to protect you when you go down and put out what you think are some fires, right?
Yes.
Because you know that you're running into a crowd that is not friendly to you, right?
No.
That's why you had to say the word friendly, 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 because you knew this was a crowd that would not see you as friendly, correct?
I screamed friendly, friendly, friendly because somebody screamed burn inside.
I'm talking about when you crossed 60th. You yelled it then.
At that time, yes, but...
And no one in the crowd is yelling burn inside or anything along those lines, are they?
Not at that time.
And you also wanted someone from that group to come along with you when you're going to go down and put out a fire, because you knew full well that anyone running around like you putting fires out is going to cause a reaction in the crowd, a hostile reaction, correct?
I didn't think it would cause a negative reaction. I wanted somebody to come with me because you're better in pairs, and I thought there were other people at that car source before I got there.
Well, Dominic, if you're telling us that Dominic Black called you to run 3 blocks down the road to put out a fire at the 63rd Street car source, then you must have known at that moment that there wasn't anyone else down there, right? Why would you need to go if somebody's already down there?
Mr. Black said to me on the phone, hey, they're setting fires at the other car source. I need you to get down there and put out the fires. It must not have, I don't think it, I took it as there's not other people down there.
Why would you need to go 3 blocks down if there were already people there?
He's asking a question. This witness doesn't know the answer, whether there are people there or not.
He's told us he thought there were, so I'm probing the basis of that and his understanding at the time.
You can answer if you understand the question.
I'll repeat the question. Why would you need to run 3 blocks down to the 63rd car source if you thought there were already people there?
I thought there were people there, but Dominic asked me to go down there. I thought that was to help put out the fires that were down there.
This video that we're watching is minutes after you've left the 59th Street car source, right?
Yes.
And when you leave the 59th Street car source, you're with Ryan Balch.
Yes.
And then this reporter, Richie McGinnis.
Yes.
And as far as you know, when you leave 59th Street car source, everybody in your group is still back there, right?
At the car source.
At 59th Street car source.
Yes.
Everybody's still back there.
Yes.
Joanne Fiedler.
Yes.
Dustin Collette. Dominic Black. Nick Smith. Jason Lakowski. Anyone else. They're all still there, right?
At that location, yes.
So none of your group is already down at 63rd Street car source, right?
The other group that showed up after we got done taking the pictures with the, I think I said 2 or 3 vans, I believed they were still down there.
And that was 2 or 3 vans of people that came out with what have been described as melee weapons, right? Like bats and clubs and things like that. Do you recall that? First of all, do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Do you remember seeing those 2 or 3 vans come to that location?
I do.
Do you remember seeing people get out of those vans?
Yes, like I saw, I think there were 6 people, in total.
And you saw them with weapons?
I saw them with rifles. I don't think I remember melee weapons.
They were armed.
Melee. Yes. I like that.
And you believed that they were going to be the ones protecting the 63rd Street car source, correct?
Yes.
So at this point in time in the evening, had anybody told you that those folks had left the 63rd Street car source?
No.
So when you're running with this fire extinguisher, you think there's already a group that's designated to that spot that's still down there, right?
Yes.
So again, why do you feel that you needed to run 3 blocks down there with a fire extinguisher if you thought there were already people down there protecting that property?
Because Dominic called me and asked me to go help put out the fires down there.
And in that phone call, Dominic never told you that any of the members of the 59th Street group that you were part of, he never said any of them were down there at 63rd, right?
Yes.
And he never told you that the group that was supposed to be down there, he never told you anything about them, whether they were there or not there. He never mentioned them. Fair?
It didn't come up.
And you asked the people that you got the fire extinguisher from to come with you, right?
Yes.
You were looking for Ryan Balch for backup, right?
I was looking around for him, yes.
You had already tried to go back to the 59th Street location, right?
Yes.
And all of those failed.
Yes.
So then you decide to take it upon yourself to head down to 63rd Street to put out fires. Fair?
I wouldn't say that. I would say I went to go put out the fires that I was there to do. When I say protect the property, I mean by like put out fires. So I went to go put out the fires. I just believed there were people there.
And you brought your AR-15 along?
Yes.
Why?
Because it was with me already.
Yeah, but you'd taken it off earlier when you were treating someone. You gave it to Joanne Fiedler, right?
Yes.
So you know how to take it off, don't you?
Yes.
And you can make a choice on your own whether or not to go armed with it or whether to give it to the person who is the lawful owner of it on that date, Dominic Black. Correct?
I didn't take my rifle off there because there was nobody I could hand it to. And when I took it off to hand it to Joanne Fiedler, I was in a safe spot in that corner of the building where there were people protecting me at that time right there. When I went to go to the car source number 3 to put out the fires, there was nobody I could hand my rifle to that could protect me while I'm providing first aid to somebody.
But you still knew you had it.
My rifle, yes.
You still knew you had it strapped around your body.
Yes.
And you made a conscious decision to bring it along, right?
Yes.
Why? He gave an answer about how he already had it, and we go through on that. So,
did you hear the question?
I did, but I don't really understand what.
Well, was it simply that, well, I've already got it strapped on, so I might as well bring it along? Is that what you're telling us? You decided to bring along the AR-15 because, well, I've already got it? Is that your answer?
I don't think I was thinking like, hey, I'm going to take my rifle off. I wouldn't have because there was people around that could have stolen my gun, and I didn't. I didn't take my rifle off because I was going there alone. I was going to be running there alone, and I didn't take it off because no one else was there to protect me as I was going there, so that's why I brought it.
For protection?
Yes.
You brought it along down there because you felt like you would need to protect yourself against someone else harming you, correct?
If that would have happened, I would have protected myself, but I didn't think I was going to be attacked and ambushed.
But you just said you had it for protection. What were you expecting you would need protection from?
I thought we had covered much of this before.
I'm specific.
This is at another moment.
On the time period where he is heading down to the 63rd car.
This is as it applies at this moment they're describing.
Well, go ahead, but you need to pick up the pace somewhat.
When you
Judge is getting bored.
To bring your AR-15 loaded with 30 rounds down to the 63rd Street car source location, what did you think you needed protection against?
Right.
I didn't really think I was going to have to protect myself.
You told us just now you brought it along for protection.
I did, but I didn't think I was going to need to
Protection he wouldn't need, guys. He brought it for protection he wouldn't need.
You brought it along for protection, but you didn't think you needed protection?
Right.
I'm trying to clarify the two different answers.
This is exactly where the judge will bail him out.
Go ahead. Can you?
Do you understand the question?
Not really.
No,
I asked
he's
you why you
pretending
brought
not
the
to.
gun. You said you needed it for protection. I said, protection against what? You said you didn't think you needed protection. I'm confused. Can you help me understand why you're telling us you needed a gun for protection, but you didn't think you needed protection?
I brought the gun for my protection, but what I was saying is I didn't think I would have to use the gun and end up defending myself.
So you, in this video, are running.
Yes.
Yeah, it is very. I mean, there's a good example. Did you bring a condom? Yes, in case I had sex. Did you think you might have sex? No. So why'd you bring the condom? In case I might have sex. So you thought you might have sex. You might need the condom. Nope.
You walked for a little while. Is that right?
I jogged and walked occasionally.
Carrying the fire extinguisher and your gun.
Yes.
And you're alone at that point with no backup, right?
Yes.
And you testified that when you got down to the 63rd Street car source, you indicated that you came upon that vehicle we've been calling the Duramax. You know what vehicle I'm talking about?
I do.
And you indicated that when you got there, you walked around that vehicle and you saw a person that you now know to be Joshua Zeminski. Is that right?
I walked up to the Duramax. Yes.
You didn't know Joshua Zeminski's name at that point, correct?
No.
You hadn't taken any notice of him at all up until that moment, all night long. Fair?
Fair.
This is the first time that you see that this is a person that comes to your attention. Fair?
Yes.
And you said he had a gun in his hand.
Yes.
And you put the fire extinguisher down on the ground.
I dropped the fire extinguisher.
And then you hear or see Mr. Rosenbaum coming from behind you.
When I get to the Duramax, I step forward, and then Mr. Zeminski turns towards me, and he steps towards me. I drop the fire extinguisher, step back, and that's when I see, I go to run back towards 59th Street.
And Mr. Rosenbaum is coming.
And then that's when I notice Mr. Rosenbaum running at me, leaving me with no other, right? Mr. Zeminski in front of me with the gun. Mrs. Zeminski right there, a couple feet away, and then some other people there.
And then the chase happens. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Have you told us everything that you did when that situation just happened at the Duramax?
Yes.
Can we play the iPad, please? The iPad with the drone video. This is exhibit number 73. I don't know what are you guys going to do?
Big thank you to Ryan Schmidt, Robert Stone, and Tanya Plate, who just signed up on my website. Memberships are dumping in like we've not seen for a long time. I really appreciate that. Also, thanks to Christopher Shivers, Cookie Falcone, and Joao Gomes, who signed up at joinpacman.com. Really appreciate it. Appreciate everybody's support of the daily streams of this trial. Oh, also thanks to Jonathan Montellano, who just made a pledge via Patreon. Those count double today, puts us at 51, meaning the mustache survives another day. Oh, and there's even a few more. Claire Griffiths. Claire, thank you. Claire is a new member. And Leedy Lobotomy has also signed up on my website, joinpacman.com. That's 52 and 53. That is something.
Mr. Rittenhouse, this is a video that has been admitted into evidence as exhibit number 73. This is a video taken by a drone that was hovering south of 63rd at the time that you shot Mr. Rosenbaum. We're going to play the beginning of this video on the iPad, and I'm going to have Detective Howard use the pinch and zoom feature on the iPad to zoom in on the area.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this.
Objection.
I'd like to be heard outside the presence of the jury.
What do you think? Perfect time for a break, don't you think? Let's
Don't
take a
you
break. Please
think?
don't talk about the case. During
Time
the break.
for a break, don't you
Watch or
think?
listen to any account of the trial.
All right. So the defense doesn't want any of this. 7 more memberships just dumped in. I want to say thanks to Zach Adams, Max Hanna, Mariah Fowler, Ramses Ha, Alex Trujillo, Jairus Martin, and Eric Vanderduz. That's 7, and that puts us at 60, which is pretty strong for a Wednesday, I must say. This is day 7 of the Rittenhouse trial. This is defense witness and defendant, as we are referring to him, Kyle Rittenhouse. The defense has already done a direct examination. Now it's cross-examination by the prosecution. A number of objections. Also, about an hour and a half or so ago, the defense has asked for a mistrial, which the judge will consider. This entire thing could end up going into the trash or into a toilet.
What's up?
Your Honor.
People are flushing
Excuse me,
toilets
what?
10 times, 15 times.
I think they went upstairs, though. Go ahead.
Your Honor, I don't know what the state's going to do next, but I suspect that it's something along the lines of they're going to use the iPad, and Mr. Binger was talking about pinching the screen.
They're going to pinch, yeah.
iPads, which are made by Apple, have artificial intelligence in them that allow things to be viewed through 3 dimensions and logarithms. Logarithms?
Logarithms.
I don't understand it all either.
I think he means algorithm.
It uses artificial intelligence or their logarithms to create what they believe is happening.
Judge, take a look at this protractor.
Video. This is Apple's iPad programming, creating what it thinks is there, not what necessarily is there. And
it's logarithmic.
I don't know what's going to happen, but we had this video enhanced. We have testimony regarding it, and this is one of the topics that came up. I asked my expert. I said, "Do you know of anything that
I
does
said,
something
sir.
like that?" Because that was when Detective Antaramian testified about pinching his telephone. And that's what I was told. And that's what I think this is going. And I don't think that it's appropriate. It's wrong.
Mr. Binger?
Your Honor, I think everybody in this room has a smartphone, whether it's an Apple iPhone or some other device. And I think we've all taken a photograph or a video at one point or another and used the pinch to zoom in feature. This is a common
Not algorithmic.
Everyone's everyday life.
It's not logarithmic.
In the olden days, you had a photograph and a magnifying glass, right? That doesn't change the photograph. When you use a magnifying glass to look at words on a paper or a photograph, the magnifying glass doesn't change the image.
As long as they're not going to use AI to create a 3D image, there's no problem.
It doesn't change the words in the book. All it does is make them easier to see. The pinch and zoom feature on the iPad or the iPhone or an Android phone, whatever device everyone in this room has, does that exact same thing. Now, if counsel has an expert who will say that this is unreliable or distorting the image or something along those lines, even though this is something everybody in this room has done.
The judge better allow this.
Countless videos and photos throughout the last 10 years of our lives here. This is a factor. This is a feature of everyday life in America now with smartphones. If they want to have an expert come in and say it's unreliable and you can't believe what's on that screen, they can do that. We're still in their case. And then the jury can make a decision as to whether or not pinching and zooming on an iPad or an iPhone is tampering with the video or altering the image or unreliable.
Logarithmic, exponential.
In any weight. So if they want to make a jury question out of this, they are free to do so. We're still in their case in chief. But I don't, frankly, understand or agree with anything counsel just said. I've used my phone. I think probably you have too. I think this is something within everyone's common knowledge to pinch and zoom on a screen. And that's what's going on here. It does not change the image in any way. It just makes it like a magnifying glass.
Well, I don't know. When I put the magnifying glass up, then it's...
Oh, you got to be kidding me.
Image, it is not altering the image.
Right.
What he's saying, and I think, and I know less than anyone in the room here, I'm sure, about all this stuff, but I'm hearing him to say that they're actually artificially inserting pixels into
They don't plan to do that.
the object which is
They don't plan to do that.
And so, you know what, I myself, when confronted with these changes in technology, what I usually do is to admit the evidence, but make sure that the finder of fact is aware of the fact that it is not the original image. And
It is the original image. It's not. They're not saying
You're
enhanced.
suggesting
They're
that
saying
I should
zoom.
make the defense bring in an expert for it. My thought would be that actually you're the one who's offering the exhibit, so you should be in a position to
Wow.
offer evidence
This is so stupid.
as to the fact that it is not distorting the object which is depicted.
I would submit, Your Honor, that I think it's common sense to everyone in this room that that's not what's going on here. And what counsel is saying about Apple software and logarithms and things like
Logarithms.
that is not something that people in this room are familiar with.
And we're not
I
using.
thought I heard the expert say on the stand, and believe me, again, this is not something I'm familiar with, but I thought I heard the expert say that you brought down in from the crime lab that in fact that there were alterations made by adding pixels. That's an alteration.
If you enhance.
So I don't have any problem with it being received, but you're going to have someone testify that it's a reliable,
It's not his case anymore. It's the defense's case.
I don't want to say mirror image, but because obviously if you insert more
They're zooming.
items into an area of space, it's going to distort what's depicted.
I think, Your Honor, when the pinch and zoom maneuver is used on a screen, it actually, it takes the high resolution that we see here and it brings it into the point where the pixels are actually spread out.
Right.
You know what? I'm not going to accept as accurate what Richards is saying. And
Right.
I'm not going to accept what you're telling me. I said if you can offer somebody.
Also, the defense said that this is something that iPads can do. He's offered no evidence that that's what they're going to do.
Allowed to use the image, but this is high risk to me. If you insert more data into a
This is
an area
crazy.
of space, well, you're wagging your head no.
There's no
Tell me
proof
where
of
I'm wrong.
There's no proof in this record that we're doing that, Your Honor.
Right, exactly.
I didn't say there was proof of it. I said you have the burden of proof. You're the proponent of the exhibit, and you need to tell me that it's
Wow.
reliable.
The exhibit's already in evidence, Your Honor.
That I know.
The enhanced
You're not allowed to look at an exhibit in evidence.
It's not enhancing.
Well, then why show it?
I
mean, the reason you want to show
You can zoom to focus in on an area without enhancing or manipulating.
No, one at a time.
I'll say what Mr. Krause was just saying. The defense has taken videos and photos and cropped them, zoomed in on them on many exhibits in this trial. And this is, again, like I said, the magnifying glass is not changing the image.
Oh
what the expert testified to
How
about
is this a
his software
discussion?
program was that he uses, I think he called it AmFAR5 or something like that. It was a software program he was using to create the additional images or the exhibits that were introduced with regard to this drone video. And he talked about what that software program does. He was not talking about the common, ordinary, everyday pinch and zoom feature on the Apple. They're two different things, Your Honor, and I want to be precise about this because I don't think it's fair to equate the technical video editing software used by the crime lab with pinching and zooming on an iPhone. They're different software programs, different procedures, and I don't think it's fair to extrapolate this. Every one of those jurors is familiar with this process. This is a fundamental part of our lives nowadays. It's much like 100 years ago people used magnifying glasses. This is no different than that. And I think this is common knowledge, and I don't think I need any sort of expertise on this issue. If the defense wants to quibble with it, they have an expert who can offer testimony. But the exhibit's already in evidence. It would be no different than me putting off a photograph of it and then holding up an enlargement. I mean, we had a guy come in yesterday with Walgreens prints. This is
Remember
why
that guy?
photographs all the time. There's enlargements done in the lab. It doesn't change the pixels.
No. You know, I don't want to hear about what happened earlier in the trial.
Oh my God.
If you didn't object, then I didn't address it. Now, I'm not going to police this case, so everybody, anytime somebody wants to put some evidence in, I'm going to say, well, wait a minute, what about that? What about that? I have to have an objection. I get an objection, and then I rule on it. There has been no objection during this trial when either side has exploded an image or anything like that. If you'd have brought in an objection, if he'd have brought in an objection, I would have ruled on it. But to say now, well, this has already been done during the trial. I've got an objection in front of me now. He's suggesting that the amplifying the image is altering what is portrayed, the image which is portrayed, and you're giving me as a defense, it's no different from using a magnifying glass. I don't believe that, because if I take, the image is the same, and all it is doing is improving my poor old vision. Here you've got someone, to correct me if I'm wrong, I do believe the expert
This is absurd.
that he had inserted, or either him or the device inserted additional pixels into the image. That
different program, Your Honor.
Well, I don't know what kind of a program. I don't care what kind of a
It's your
program
job
it is.
to know.
The question is the image in its virginal state?
Virginal. Wow.
I care about what program it is, Your Honor, because these are technical issues. Mr. Richards has just made representations with no basis whatsoever.
Can you slow down?
Absolutely.
Stage it over again.
Mr. Richards has just made technical representations with no basis in this record whatsoever. He is questioning
He said, here's what they plan to do. It's like, no, that's not what they plan to do.
everyone uses every single day. The expert who testified was talking about a different software program, and it does make a difference.
I don't know.
Well, then if it's going to be an issue, let's
You're
make
the
an issue out of
proponent.
it.
I said before, I'm not going to talk about it further. You're the proponent, and you need to assure me before I let the jury speculate on it, that it is a reliable method that
This
does
is
not
crazy.
distort what is depicted.
So
Okay, so we're going to take a break.
I understood you correctly. We can play it now, and then we'll tie it up later.
I don't think that's what I said.
It sounded
That's
like
what you
it.
said, so that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I did. If I said that, shame on me. I said that we're going to take a break right now, and I said before I'm going to allow this to be amplified in the way that you want, it is going to have to be demonstrated to me that it's a reliable way to do it.
Then we would request an adjournment to do that now.
Well, we're not going to adjourn the case now to do that.
Well,
That's the next step.
With my cross-examination of this witness, I would like to use this video, and I
This is
will
crazy.
need some time to make arrangements for what you're asking. So I would ask that before I would like time to do that before I'm done cross-examining this witness, because this is an important exhibit that I intend to use with
You've got to allow that.
Get on it right away, and maybe you can get somebody to testify on this within minutes. I don't know. So we'll take a break.
Minutes?
What operating system are they using on the iPad?
We can answer that question.
Do you know?
Not off the top of my head.
Thank you.
Well,
What difference does that make to him?
okay.
Why does Binger need to know the OS in order to prove or disprove the claims of Richards?
Yeah, same for 320.
Wow, this is jumping the shark, guys. There's just going to be a very brief 15-minute break. This is really kind of going off the rails in a very weird way. And the thing is, it's like, at this point, the argument for a mistrial is getting stronger and stronger, but it's got to be without prejudice, because understand that what the defense has asked for is a mistrial with prejudice, meaning you cannot retry it. It's basically just, sorry, the case has been mistried, and that's it. Kyle goes free, and there's nothing else. Now, I think he's going to be not guilty on the homicides. Okay, but you got to get a verdict here.
This is crazy. This is crazy. We've covered a lot of trials. It is not like this all the time. No. The judge's technical incompetence, basically, the defense came, by the way, the defense, he says they're going to use logarithms. Sir, they're going to use exponents. They're going to use logarithms. And the judge doesn't even go, logarithm? What the fuck are you talking about? Logarithm? You mean algorithm? Richards used the wrong word in even claiming that what they were going to, and the judge is like, that sounds suspicious. Logarithmic elements here. That's not good. It's a circus. It's an absolute and complete circus. The judge, were the judge technically literate, he would say, Richards, what the hell are you talking about? He's going to use a logarithm. What on earth are you talking about, Richards? That should immediately be like, what the hell what do you even mean? All right, people are going crazy. Jeez. All right, we need a brief comedic interlude, and I'm gonna prop it up right now just so everybody can settle. Okay, here we go.
If Ted doesn't win, your Second Amendment's going to be in trouble. Big trouble. Remember that. O'Rourke voted against the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama amnesty. Amnesty. Obama amnesty.
All right. Man, what a complete shit show. What a complete shit show. Wow. Yeah, I actually, if you zoom in to my last picture where I'm having a coffee on Instagram, if you pinch and zoom, the coffee looks like a gun. It's crazy. All right, let me thank some people. People have been so generously. Look, we might be getting close to handlebar mustache territory. I want to say thanks to Jim McCusker, Jasmina Bilinski, Bo Skinner, Christy Weber, Holly Bobali, and Dustin Collins. That's 6 new members at joinpacman.com, putting us at 66. Thank you so much to everybody supporting these daily streams at joinpacman.com. I also made the promise, and it was a sincere promise, that everybody who makes a pledge on Patreon, that those count double. JD, Sayers, and Nick Morgan just made pledges on Patreon. That's 3, but they count as 6. 6 plus 66 puts us at 72, which I very, very, very much appreciate. And if you're enjoying us covering this, the best way to support what we're doing is to grab a membership at joinpacman.com. You can use this coupon code up in the air if you would like to get a big discount.
Sir, your wife is up in the air.
Exactly. This is just a very, very short break, and then they're going to come back here. Let's look at some super chats. And voicemails are pouring in. I had one more voicemail from the Eggman. Let's listen to it.
Hey, Dave. If Kyle Rittenhouse goes to prison, he's going to come out being a white supremacist hero. He's going to go in being a hero also. How can we not turn this child into a full-fledged Nazi? So, and he's probably going to get self-defense, too, on the murder charges.
I agree.
Shalom, brother.
I think the self-defense argument is going to be very strongly received by the jury. Super chats are pouring in uncontrollably. David, what are you hoping he accidentally admits or contradicts himself? The crowd was hostile. He was afraid. I need protection. I'm a douchebag with a gun. Has no bearing on the facts of the case. Right. As I said, I don't think that this obvious deception and attempt to deceive will have a bearing on the not guilty verdicts I anticipate. We're on the same page, Jensen. I personally feel Rittenhouse has plausible self-defense, but the trial is a shit show. Agree. Playing dumb is a strategy of white supremacists. Okay. I'd bet money the judge donated to Kyle's GoFundMe. What's the basis for a mistrial? The trial judge grants the mistrial. You honestly think he will grant one for the state? No. The mistrial was asked for by the defense for two reasons. One, the defense says that Mr. Binger's questioning looked to ascribe guilt to Kyle Rittenhouse on the basis of his being silent, a violation of his Fifth Amendment right. That this is the argument of the defense. The defense also argued for a mistrial. At this point, it's been 2 hours on the basis that Mr. Binger deliberately went into questioning about elements which the judge had said do not talk about. Those are the two. Can people in the chat confirm? Those are the two bases that I remember for the defense asking for a mistrial. Yes or no? What do people say in the chat? Is my recollection accurate? Nobody knows. Good. No, I'm kidding. Yeah. That's what other people heard. Yep. Okay, good. CSI enhanced the algebra. Technological idiocy on full display. David, I've been out to eat, just came back. What have I missed in the last 2 hours? Can you give a layman's overview? Yes. Request for a mistrial and Rittenhouse cross-examination and now an argument about pinch and zoom. Quick, can somebody get an Apple genius on the stand to explain these logarithms? Logarithms might be used when interpolating pixels. No, algorithms. Judge is playing dumb, he knows. As a software engineer, the BS coming out of the defense attorney's mouth makes me so angry. I zoomed in on my wedding photo and my phone, and now it shows a gun in my hand. Exactly. So the defense takes a hit because the judge doesn't know what a logarithm? This is about as weird as my grandma telling me she can't open the CD drive because a virus might slip into the computer. Yeah. David, what did I just tune into? Somebody call Apple Care to explain pinch and zoom. View the image on any other device. Has a digitally cropped or zoomed image never been used in court? I don't even understand how this is possible. Hey, listen, the judge is wearing glasses. That's altering his perception of the whole trial. This trial is the left's version of the January 6th denials. Rioters get what they get. I don't care which side of the aisle they stand. That's kind of a dumb super chat. It's not really even what's at issue here. The judge is incompetent. The defense is trying to exploit his ignorance to stop evidence from being presented. I think you're absolutely right. There is no virginal image taken through a smartphone. All images are processed by so-called algorithms. Chicago Police Department cancels days off bracing for Rittenhouse verdict. Check Twitter, bracing themselves for riots. How did the judge put the burden of proof on the prosecutor when the nebulous objection was made by the defense? I agree. Love the show and coverage, David. Keep it up. Wow. The super chats are pouring in. Pouring in. I want to say thank you to D's Knots, as well as Ralph Schuster for signing up on my website with the coupon code Up in the Air number 73 and 74. Also, thank you. Look at this. Brad Burkhart has made a Patreon pledge. Mikko Aaltonen, I believe our friend from Finland, has made a Patreon pledge. And Josh Brees has made a Patreon pledge. That's 3, but they count double today, meaning it already puts us at 80, which is a shocking place to be at this point of the day. And lastly, I want to say thank you to Damon Rumley. Damon Rumley has just signed up for a membership on my website. Very, very much appreciate that. Okay, this is just a short break. Tim Apple is available to testify. Yeah, did you guys hear Tim Apple actually is holding Bitcoin? It's quite a scene. Couple other super chats. Let's see. Or I'm sorry, voicemails. Bryce says the defense's claim about pinch and zoom is deeply embarrassing and laughable, but the judge entertaining it is beyond the pale. I agree. I zoomed in on a picture from last weekend. JFK Jr. was standing next to me. Turns out he's my mother-in-law. Nice. If I were a judge, I'd ask why we're talking about pinching and zooming pictures and not about logs dancing to the rhythm of Obama. It seems like every time there's progress being made, the judge interrupts the momentum. Hard to feel like it's not intentional at this point. I agree. David, did you notice the judge's ringtone earlier? It's the song Trump usually walks out to at rallies. I didn't notice that, but I know a lot of people are telling me that. Okay, let's get to just a couple other voicemails that are coming in.
Hey, David, this is Andre. Listen, I love your show. Funny, but funny nonetheless. But, David, Listen, the soundboard has got to go.
Oh my God.
Elements of medical.
That's a big shot across the bow. We'll put we'll put that to a vote at some point, if necessary. We'll put it to a very, very strong vote. Let's see what else we've got here. What else do we have in terms of voicemails? I don't know that I have a ton that I'm super inclined to play. I guess we'll do one Whitney voicemail.
So, like, what I don't understand is that, like, when it comes to, like, the Republican Party, about, like, how I feel like it's just, like, a matter of, like, skewing it in a certain way. I just feel like people who could represent the Republican Party really well are probably not that organized.
I don't know what she's talking about.
And also, like, as far as, like, Ben Shapiro goes, when he's calling people crazy, like, crazy people lost the Republican vote for him. Like, I'm not the one who sat on the couch all bloated telling Michael Knowles that you wanted to run over him with a car.
What?
So that, to me, is crazy and psycho, and also, like, how does a man bloat that much?
What? Does anybody know what that's about?
Hey, David. This is Frank from Florida. I just have a question for you because I'm watching the Kyle Rittenhouse case on your channel here.
Yeah.
And I don't know, man. Seems like the Illuminati's got everything, man. There's just conspiracies everywhere, David. Just kidding. But I'll tell you this. It doesn't really look too good for the prosecution here.
I agree. I agree. And lastly, here's Eric from Mass.
Hey, David, Eric from Mass. Check the CDC website. CDC quietly changes 2020 U.S. COVID death numbers to just above 19,000 overall in 2020.
Wrong.
Check the website. It's in the fine print, but it's there.
That's a lie. Another lie.
So I guess they...
I don't even know where Eric from Mass comes up with this stuff, quite frankly. I do want to say a huge thank you and a bear hug to Luke Mickelson as well as Sarah Cuevas, which means caves in Spanish. It is really something. New members number 82 and 83 today at joinpacman.com. Also, thanks to Benjamin Vanderwerp, who just signed up on my website and is new member number 84 today. Lastly, thanks to the Misery Company and Sparkle Muffin, who made Patreon pledges, which count double today, which immediately gets us to 88. Small Fuzzy Moss says, "Sir, I take great offense to the voicemail about the soundboard. Blasphemy, I will die on this hill. Soundboard stays. Judge is essentially objecting for the defense and interrupting the prosecution's questioning." Yes. Some old dude says, "Logarithms. I know what algorithms are. This is a different term. Our senses use logarithmic sensitivity, and the formulas for interpolation may use logarithms in their algorithms." That is a mouthful. Elusive Euphoria says, "I wish the level of sensibility coming from your chat gave me comfort, but this cluster F of a trial deeply troubles me." Yeah. I call BS on the judge's claims he only makes a ruling if there's an objection. He's interjected himself countless times to stop Binger without an objection. That's true. That's absolutely true. I'd love a lecture series with Whitney and Eric. That would be interesting. They could co-teach some kind of class, maybe at the University of Texas of Austin. Have you guys heard about that? We cover it on the show today. It's the latest grifty grift. The University of Austin, which does not award degrees and is not accredited. Hell of a university that they've got going there. If you haven't heard that, there's a clip on it on today's podcast. Really, the soundboard helps lighten the mood even in the darkest of times.
Please proceed, Governor.
Yeah, I do have some new elements in the soundboard that I've not had a good, really opportunity to use.
Get vaccinated.
That's a good one. I think there's opportunities to use it.
Strike and strike and strike and strike and strike.
Whenever they move to strike something in the trial, I could be using that.
People are flushing toilets 10 times, 15 times. If Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her.
Right.
I don't throw babies out, believe me. Throw them the hell out of here.
Okay. Oh, man. Hey, thanks to Gary Bentley for making a pledge on Patreon. I don't know if that's the Gary Bentley I know, but I appreciate that, and it counts double today. Also, thanks to Jonathan Bopp and Khalil, who just signed up on my website, joinpacman.com, and are new members number 91 and 92. I continue to see people in the chat asking why we are not on Twitch. Why are we not on Twitch? We are not on Twitch because we're banned for a month. Banned for a month for a gory exhibit presented yesterday by the prosecution. Kristen says, Mr. Pacman, sir, normally a Twitch subscriber, but giving you a month's worth of membership here since Daddy Bezos did you dirty. Thank you, Kristen. I appreciate that. Dom says, I'm pretty ignorant on court matters, but is there any way for the prosecutors to get a different judge due to blatant bias? I think they could appeal. But no. Derek says elements of bathrooms.
Elements of bathrooms.
Trumplicans are obsessed with Kyle being free because in their minds it will validate openly carrying ARs and shooting anyone. This will arm MAGA. Right. He's going to be made a hero and a martyr. Without a doubt. I'm 50-50 on the soundboard. I got Moderna booster today. Maybe the magnets are affecting my judgment. I'm getting my Moderna booster tomorrow, folks. In fact, I am scheduled to get the Moderna booster during testimony. I'm not going to do it live on air, but what I'm going to do tomorrow is I will be stepping away briefly from the testimony, going to get my third dose, and then coming back to the stream, and I will be able to report various elements of medical. And I will, of course, everybody will be apprised of how it goes for sure. And I will be streaming while vaxxed aggressively. Hold on. Do I have any injection material? I think I do.
And then I see the disinfectant. Is there a way we can do something like that by injection inside or convalescent plasma?
Exactly. Yeah, I'm going to be aggressively vaccinated when streaming in the latter half tomorrow. It's going to be really a big day. So disappointing to have to pinch and zoom to find a single brain cell in the judge's head. I know, guys. I'm right there with you. This judge is a total disappointment. Total disappointment. Thanks to Guy LeDuc. I don't know if it's meant to be some kind of trolling, but thanks to Guy LeDuc, who's new member number 93 today on my website. Also, thanks to Richard Viglaski, who just signed up at joinpacman.com and is new member 94 today. 94. We are on a very, very strong trajectory to go horseshoe with the mustache, which could be extremely triggering for people in my household, first and foremost. The mustache definitely causing quite a scene in my household, but that's probably a topic for a different day. Apply light and heat to cure.
Apply light and heat to cure.
Hey, David, do you think an acquittal will embolden more paramilitary Trumpers for 22 and 24? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Do you think Kyle was vaxxed while providing Medico? That's a good question. Do people think do people think Rittenhouse is vaxxed? What's happening? I've been watching for hours. I feel like I'm reading a James Joyce novel here. I don't understand anything. P.S. If the soundboard goes, I go, sir.
I don't even know what I'm doing, sir.
Congratulations, sir. You just won the election.
You shouldn't drink and super chat, guys. Love the show. Stay safe. The judge and the defense are in cahoots, especially when the judge is so biased, allowing pinch and zoom only for one side. How much was he paid? Those are aggressive allegations. Kyle was clearly defending himself. Weird how people see it differently. Wonder if they have a bias. As an attorney, it's impossible for pros to prove a negative. For the prosecution to prove a negative. Okay. David, what do you think of other charges facing Rittenhouse? I believe he could get up to 12 years in prison for those, so still relevant. Whoa, weird freeze moment. Let's see what's going on here. We're getting down to the very end of the trial for sure. I'm sorry, of today, not the trial. What are they clapping for?
All right, let's get the jury.
Anybody know what that was about? There was no audio right at that point. Big thanks to Michael Vaughn as well as Kevin Ganser, who just signed up at joinpacman.com. Thanks, guys. Also, thank you to Charlotte Wennersberg. Charlotte Wennersberg has just signed up. This puts us at 97. Here's an offer. Whoever is new member 100 today gets a free item from the David Pakman Show store at davidpakman.com/gear. Anybody interested in that? If you can be number 100, you can get the item of your choice if you so please. If you so please, not mandatory. David, sir, perhaps change your Twitch subs to a Twitch ban countdown in days. I'll look at that for tomorrow. Yeah, this is going to be the last. Someone just sent me a really funny email called Elements of Medical, and they say, I pinched a logarithm during this shamble, and it's going to require 10 to 15 flushes.
People are flushing toilets 10 times, 15 times.
Man, what a trial. All right, so let's mute here. The judge is reading some kind of note. Very interesting. Seems amused by it, sort of. Everything about this trial is weird.
Ladies and gentlemen, jury, I'm going to move that TV in front centrally. We're going to watch exhibit number 82. This is a version of the drone footage that was introduced by our expert, James Armstrong, yesterday. And I'd like to be able to put this TV centrally so everybody can see it. So if you could let us know if you're able to see it.
So we're up to 98. Number 100 still gets a free item from my store. It'll happen while they're talking probably, so or not. It may fail completely and it'll be a humiliating defeat, but we will see.
Are all the jurors able to see that okay? Full set?
Okay, we're at 99, so the next one does it. Bradley getting multiple memberships, apparently. Stand by.
As we play this video... As we play this video, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I would...
New member 100 is Jessica Johnson.
Which is at the front end of the Duramax.
Get in touch, Jessica.
Here on the sidewalk who is pushed or is in a wheelchair, and there's a little bit of a gap there between that individual and the Duramax. And I'd like you to keep your eyes on that location. Before we begin the video, Mr. Rittenhouse, are you able to see this video okay?
Yes.
All right. Please go ahead and play that. Could we please play that again? I'm going to have you pause at a moment right at the beginning. Pause.
Pause it.
Now, Mr. Rittenhouse, you told us earlier everything that you did when you first got to this location, correct?
Yes.
What you didn't tell us is that right here on the video, you have your gun raised, don't you?
I can't see it.
You know what? This is a nice 4K TV. I'm going to turn it a little bit towards you. Move it a little bit back so the jury can see. Are you able to see that screen okay?
I don't think all the jurors can see it now.
I want to be able to play it for the defendant to be able to see it up close.
I understand. I'm just thinking if perhaps he could take the chair that the officer is in right now. And do you want to go over there as well?
Would you, would it be easier, Mr. Rittenhouse, if you came and stood a little closer to that screen?
Is that the same definition?
Well, you know, and you're using the pointer, so we want to all be looking at the same TV.
Okay.
Okay.
Would it be appropriate for Mr. Rittenhouse to come stand closer to the TV?
As long as he doesn't block the jurors, he and Mr. Richards can go over here.
All right, let's, I'll move this back.
These are key moments.
Let's go back to the beginning of the video, please, and I'm going to tell you when to pause.
Don't watch that one. We can't. Well.
All right, let's start the video. Pause.
Right here. Right?
Mr. Rittenhouse, you just came into the screen, put the fire extinguisher down, and now you've got your weapon raised, don't you? Let's play it one more time.
Is that who we're talking about? Yeah.
Pause. Mr. Rittenhouse, can you see in that video that you've raised your weapon and pointed it at someone?
I can't tell from this angle.
Let's play it one more time.
Is he waiting on the pinch and zoom?
He says he can't see, so I'm trying to help him see. Go ahead. Pause. Pause the video.
It doesn't look like I raised my rifle. It looks like my shoulder's up, but my rifle's pointed downward.
Thank you. Whoa. All right. So your testimony today under oath is that you have no memory of raising and pointing your rifle when you first got to that location. Is that right?
Yes.
You see yourself put the fire extinguisher down.
I see myself drop it, yes.
Let's play Exhibit 84 now, please. Go ahead and play. Pause. In this video, at this point, Mr. Rittenhouse, you have turned around and you are pointing your weapon at Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
Yes.
And there is a point. Let's continue the video, please. All right, let's pause. Go back and start at the beginning again, please.
So, does the shot take place right over here, where you see the puff of, could be gunpowder? Like,
Pause.
this is Rittenhouse here.
Can you go back about half a second, please? Go back just a little bit more, please. Why don't you go back to the beginning, hit play, and I'll try and pause you a little bit better. Pause. There's a point where Mr. Rosenbaum is running after you, where he raises his hands and leaps up in the air, correct?
I wouldn't say he leaped in the air. I'd say he continued to run at me. He just threw his hands up.
He threw both of his hands up in the air, right?
Yes.
And you could see that he was unarmed, correct?
Yes.
Please continue the video. Pause. Joseph Rosenbaum never touched you in any way during that incident, correct?
He touched my gun.
He didn't touch your body in any way, did he?
No.
He didn't kick you?
No.
He didn't punch you?
No.
Other than that plastic bag, he didn't throw anything at you?
No.
He didn't have a gun on him?
No.
He didn't have a knife on him?
No.
He didn't have a chain on him?
No.
He didn't have a bat on him?
No.
He didn't have any weapon of any kind, correct?
Other than him grabbing my gun, no.
Not having a weapon.
He didn't have possession of that gun. You did, correct?
I was holding it, yes.
And it was strapped to your body, correct?
Yes.
At all times during this incident, you retained possession of your AR-15, correct?
Yes.
Can we please play exhibit, I apologize, Brian, I don't know if I mentioned this one earlier. I think it's 83. It's the full speed version of what we just saw. That was 84 just now, right? Okay, let's play 83, please. Mr. Rittenhouse, while you're watching this video, I'd like you to tell me if you see Mr. Rosenbaum jump up in the air with his hands up, okay?
Okay.
Go ahead and play. All right, pause. Can we go back to the beginning, please? And play again. Pause. Right before Mr. Rosenbaum disappears behind that car, did you see him jump up in the air with his hands out?
No, I saw him do something like this, like...
That was a reaction to you pointing the gun at him, correct?
Yes, but he kept running at me, so it didn't deter him.
But it slowed him down a little bit. He does this sort of jump with his hands in the air when you're pointing the gun at him, right?
No, he continues to gain speed on me.
Okay. Now let's play Exhibit 86, please.
This might have been pinched and zoomed.
All right, pause it. Did you slow down?
Did I?
Yeah.
I turned around, and I may have slowed down a little bit.
It looks like you slowed down before you even turned around.
Yes.
You've characterized Mr. Rosenbaum as advancing on you, speeding up towards you, but you actually slowed down, didn't you?
Because of the people around the cars, yes.
But after the shooting, you run around those cars and head back towards the direction you originally wanted to go to, right?
Yes.
So those people didn't stop that, did they?
They weren't there after I shot Mr. Rosenbaum.
They scattered after you fired your gun 4 times, didn't they?
Yes, they weren't there anymore.
And you've heard Dr. Kelly's testimony that the first gunshot from you to Mr. Rosenbaum caused Mr. Rosenbaum to start falling to the ground. Did you hear that testimony?
I did.
And then you continued to fire 3 more shots into him after that, didn't you?
I continued to fire until he was no longer a threat to me.
When he's falling to the ground in front of you, he's no longer a threat to you. His pelvis is broken, right?
I don't know.
But he's fallen to the ground, isn't he?
I saw him lunging towards my gun, and I remember his hand on the barrel of my gun.
Because he was trying to push it out of the way so you wouldn't shoot him.
Sustained.
What was the risk to you of death or great bodily harm at the moment you killed Joseph Rosenbaum?
If I would have let Mr. Rosenbaum take my firearm from me, he would have used it and killed me with it and probably killed more people if I would have let him get my gun.
Mr. Rosenbaum never said anything to you about taking your gun, did he?
He didn't say anything, but he tried to take my gun.
And whoever's got that gun is a threat to everyone else?
If he would have taken my gun, he would have used it against me.
Let's break that down. First of all, you had already prevented him from taking your gun by running away and doing that little dip and dodge that Mr. McGinnis talked about, right?
He was still coming after my gun.
But you could have kept running. You could have turned back around like you did, couldn't you?
No, I couldn't have.
You have the gun strapped to your body at this moment, correct?
Yes.
The strap is designed to keep that on your body so it doesn't come off, correct?
To help retain it, yes.
And you have both hands on the gun, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Rosenbaum has never said anything at all about wanting your gun. You never heard him say anything about that, correct?
I haven't.
You never said anything, he never said anything to you about using that gun at all, correct?
I don't know what Mr. Rosenbaum was thinking when he tried to grab my gun.
You just assumed that he was going to use it, that he was going to try and take it from you, first of all, and then you assumed he was going to try and use it on you.
If I would have let Mr. Rosenbaum get my gun, he would have killed me.
But you had already pointed your gun at him.
Yes, because he was chasing me.
Did you want him to think that you were going to shoot him?
No, I never wanted to shoot Mr. Rosenbaum.
Wasn't the question.
Why'd you point it at him if you didn't have any intention of shooting?
He was chasing me. I was alone. He threatened to kill me earlier in that night. I didn't want to have to shoot him.
But you understand how dangerous it is to point a gun at someone, don't you?
I pointed at him because he kept running at me, and I didn't want him to chase me.
But you understand how dangerous that is, don't you?
I pointed at him because he was chasing me.
I'll ask the question a third time, Mr. Rittenhouse. You understand...
Don't comment. Just ask your question.
You understand how dangerous it is to point a gun at someone, correct?
Yes.
You understand that that puts someone else in fear that they're about to be killed, right?
He was chasing me.
You understand that when you point your AR-15 at someone else, that may make them feel like they are about to be killed by you, correct?
Mr. Rosenbaum was chasing me. He said he was going to kill me if he got me alone. I was alone. I was running from him. I pointed at him, and it didn't stop him from continuing to chase me.
Did you hear my question?
Yes.
Yet you chose not to answer.
Objection, Your Honor. He answered. He just didn't like the answer.
Wrong. He didn't.
My question is,
he didn't answer.
You understand that when you point your AR-15 at someone, it may make them feel like you're going to kill them, correct?
Calls for speculation.
Oh, wow.
He asked if it would affect someone that way so as to perhaps deter the person.
Do you understand my question?
I do.
Can you please answer?
I did. I said, Mr. Rosenbaum was chasing me. I pointed my gun at him, and that did not deter him. He could have ran away instead of trying to take my gun from me. But he kept chasing me. It didn't stop him.
Mr. Rittenhouse, you're telling us that you felt like you were about to die, right?
Yes.
But when you point the gun at someone else, that's going to make them feel like they're about to die, right? That's what you wanted him to feel.
No.
You wanted him to get the message from you that if you come any closer, I'm going to kill you. That's why you pointed the gun at him, right?
I pointed the gun at him to deter him from... I pointed the gun at him so he would stop chasing me. That's why I pointed the gun at him.
Because if you point the gun at him, you were hoping he would stop chasing you because he would get the message from you that if he keeps coming, you're going to kill him, right?
I didn't want to have to kill Mr. Rosenbaum.
That's not the question I asked.
Serving no legitimate purpose.
It seems argumentative, Mr. He's
There's another bailout.
Purpose, it's badgering. It does seem argumentative.
The judge seems determined not to allow this.
In that sequence we just saw, you intended to point your gun back at Mr. Rosenbaum in the middle of the parking lot, right?
I pointed at him so he would stop chasing me, but he didn't stop.
That was your intentional decision to point at him. That wasn't an accident.
I'm going to interrupt here. The jury cannot see you.
I thought we moved it. I'm sorry.
No, so please get it out of there.
The jury can't see you now is an interruption. This is a lot of involvement from the judge. Every time they get to
The point I'm trying to get at, Mr. Rittenhouse,
the most damaging thing so far.
Turning around and it just happens to be pointing in his direction, much like I'm just happen to, wave this around. You made an intentional decision in the middle of that incident to turn and point the gun at Mr. Rosenbaum, correct?
Yes.
And you can understand why that would make someone fearful for their life, right?
But he continued to chase me after, so no, I can't.
It didn't work.
It didn't stop Mr. Rosenbaum from chasing me.
And even after you shoot him one time and he starts falling, you continue to shoot 3 more times, right?
I continued to shoot until he was no longer a threat to me.
And then after that, you run around and he's lying there, face down on the ground, correct?
Yes.
And you're a medic, correct?
I have first aid training, yes.
Well, you proclaimed yourself that night to be a medic, an EMT. You told everyone that, right?
Yes.
And you had your medic bag with you, correct?
Yes.
And this location is right across the street from a hospital, isn't it?
Yes.
But your first thought was run away.
My first thought was to help him.
You didn't do anything to help him. You didn't do a single thing, did you?
The crowd started to scream, "Get him, get him, get him." And I didn't want to stay there with the crowd building and the mob advancing on me.
Were you surprised that a crowd would react that way when they just saw you shoot someone?
I don't know.
When you stood over Mr. Rosenbaum's body, did you know?
I'm Go ahead.
When you stood over Mr. Rosenbaum's body, did you know whether he was dead or alive?
I didn't.
Did you know whether or not it was possible at that moment to try and save him?
I wanted to help Mr. Rosenbaum, and if the crowd wouldn't have started screaming to get him, get him, get him, I would have stayed and did everything I could to help Mr. Rosenbaum, but the crowd just started to chase me and scream at me.
Let's play, can we have Exhibit 14, please?
Did that happen, I guess is the question.
3 hour, 58 minute, and 45 second mark.
I thought he said the crowd left. I thought he said there was no one left when the shot started.
Okay, play from here, please.
And blindside. So the orders you hear about yelling no cameras, it was white boys. That's guaranteed, man. We got a gun, baby. Ooh, you shoot. Ooh, shot him.
Plus, after you fired your 4 shots at Mr. Rosenbaum, there were 3 more gunshots right after that, right?
Yes.
And those were coming from very close to where you were, weren't they?
Yes.
They were coming from right here on the south side of the 63rd Street car source, right alongside 63rd Street on the north side of 63rd, right?
Yes.
You didn't react at all to those gunshots, did you?
At that time, my audio was still going in and out partially.
What?
But again, my question is,
Does he mean his hearing?
At all to those, did you?
Not that I can see.
What does that mean, my audio?
Shot him, man. Shot him. Shot him, man. He laid him off. He laid him off, y'all. He laid him off.
So now he takes off, right? Nobody seems to be following. That's interesting. He left, but no one followed him.
Crowd yells, "Get him," or anything threatening towards you until after you start running away, right?
No.
You had time in that moment to make a phone call, didn't you?
I called Dominic Black, yes.
You could have called 911, right?
Yes.
But you chose to call your best friend, right?
I called the first number on my phone.
What does that mean?
Is that quicker than 3 digits, 911?
I don't know.
And then you started running.
Yes.
And the first person you encounter as you're running is Jason Lakowski, correct?
Yes.
This is a person that you had barely known for 15 minutes that night, right?
Yes.
And you told him you didn't shoot anyone, correct?
No.
You heard his testimony about that, right?
Yes.
You didn't tell him?
Can we please play exhibit number 12? While we're getting that ready, you talked earlier about this crowd and what they were saying, and you felt like they were coming after you. You had time to stop and have a brief little talk with Jason Lakowski, didn't you?
I stopped for a second and asked him to help me get to the police.
Even with this crowd on top of you, as you describe it, you still had time for that, didn't you?
For a second. I stopped for a second.
Let's play exhibit number 12, please.
My view has shifted. I now think it is not going so well to have him on the stand, although I don't know that it really changes what I think are eventual not guilty on homicide for self-defense reasons verdict.
back up 10 seconds, please. Go ahead. Pause. There are people in the crowd that are asking you.
I have no control over the video, guys.
Someone, right?
Yes.
And you told him he had a gun.
At the time I was a little dazed and I was thinking of Mr. Zeminski with the pistol he had at the Duramax.
So you shot Mr. Rosenbaum because Joshua Zeminski had a pistol?
No.
You don't get to shoot someone else. You don't get to shoot someone else because someone else has a gun, right?
No.
But you told the crowd he had a gun, didn't you?
That's what I said.
And that wasn't true. Mr. Rosenbaum never had a gun, right?
He didn't have a gun.
Now can we please play exhibit number 3 at the 1 hour, 17 minute, and 10 second mark?
Graham says, speaking as a criminal defense attorney, putting your client on the stand is almost never a good idea, but in self-defense cases, you often have no choice, especially in murder trials. Right. And my guess would be, being an affirmative defense, he did it, but it was self-defense. The best way to make that case is to show a witness, a defendant, as the judge says, that can communicate that he feared for his life. Real quick, thanks to Sharon Alvord, as well as Kay Cappuccino and Matt Heater for signing up on my website, joinpacman.com. I really appreciate that. Also, thanks to Jonathan Bates, Elizabeth O'Reilly, and Bradley Nestor for the 3 subscriptions at joinpacman.com. That puts us at 112, which is really... it's one of the best numbers we've seen in the last 6 months for sure. And appreciate everybody supporting the streams. We've been doing them daily, covering the trial. You can sign up at joinpacman.com. We do have this code up here, up in the air, which you can use.
Sir, your wife is up in the air.
Let's see if they're showing the video here. They are. Whoops, and then it went away.
Hey, what are you doing? You shot somebody? Who shot?
Pause. You told Mr. Grosskreutz you were going to the police, right?
Yes.
And then you said, I didn't shoot anyone, right?
I can't really make out what the last part of the words were saying.
Do you remember what you said?
I remember saying, I think I said I had to.
Let's play that back 10 seconds and play it again, please.
Hey, what are you doing? You shot somebody? Who shot? Who shot?
Pause. Pause. Aren't your exact words, I'm going to the police, I did not shoot anyone?
That's what I remember from that night, but watching that, it sounds like I said I didn't.
That, again, was not true. You just had shot someone, correct?
I did.
Why didn't you tell the truth?
I was being chased by a mob, and I don't really remember that interaction very well.
Let's play Exhibit 5, please. This is the BG on the scene video. Go ahead.
All right, now we're going to be careful here.
Pause. Now, we've heard a lot of testimony about this person who comes up behind you with something and hits you in the head. We've heard about Anthony Huber's first approach to you with his skateboard, correct?
Yes.
You testified that after a few more feet, you felt lightheaded and you stumbled. That's what you told when your attorney was asking you questions, correct?
Yes.
No one knocked you to the ground. You lost your own balance, correct?
I was hit to the point to where I stumbled.
You said in response to your attorney's questions that you stumbled because you were lightheaded. Do you remember telling us that?
From getting hit, yes.
You were lightheaded because you had been running and you were being chased. That was why you were lightheaded, right?
That and being hit, yes.
Let's continue. Pause. There is an individual who comes at you and jumps towards you and attempts to kick you, correct?
He does kick me, yes.
And you fire 2 shots directly at him with your AR-15, correct?
Yes.
You intended to hit him with those bullets, correct?
I intended for him, yes.
At that close range, it's a miracle that you missed, right?
I don't know.
You intended to kill him with those shots, didn't you?
No.
Did you even care whether or not those 2 rounds were going to kill him?
I didn't want to have to kill anybody that night.
In this moment, you're making a deliberate decision to pull the trigger twice, correct?
Yes.
That wasn't an accident. That was your conscious decision, wasn't it?
Yes.
And you're firing an AR-15 at close range to this individual, correct?
Yes.
And you knew full well that if you hit him with 1 or both of those bullets, it could kill him, right?
There's that possibility.
If you hit him with one of those, wouldn't you agree it's a pretty strong likelihood you're going to kill him?
I don't know if...
Did that even factor into your mind at that point? Did you even care whether you were going to kill him or not?
I didn't want to have to kill anybody. I was being attacked. That's why I shot him. Shot at him.
You shot at him with the intent of hitting him and killing him, correct?
I didn't want to kill anybody.
Then why are you shooting at someone with an AR-15 at close range if you don't want to kill him?
Because he's attacking me. And he's stomping my face in. Jumping and kicking my face in.
That, you didn't see any weapons on that person, did you?
No.
You didn't see a gun?
No.
You didn't see a knife?
No.
You didn't see a bat or a club?
No.
You didn't see a chain?
No.
All he uses is 1 foot, correct?
Yes.
Let's continue the video. Pause. You've just shot a round into Anthony Huber's chest, right?
Yes.
Now, up until this moment, and probably for the rest of that evening, you didn't know the name Anthony Huber, did you?
I did not.
Up until this moment in this evening, you had never had any interaction with him, took any notice of him, fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And when you shoot him, he's got his skateboard in his hand?
Yes.
You didn't see any gun in his hand, correct?
No.
You didn't see a knife?
No.
You didn't see a bat?
No.
You didn't see a club?
No.
All he's got is the skateboard, right?
That he's hit me in the head with twice, yes.
Okay. And you intended to pull the trigger at that moment with your AR-15, correct?
Yes.
That wasn't an accident.
No.
That was your deliberate decision, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that the way that gun was positioned, you were going to fire that bullet right into his chest, right?
He was attacking me, so I pulled the trigger.
And you knew that when you pulled that trigger, that bullet was going to go right into his chest, didn't you?
I can't say, I don't know where the bullet would have went exactly.
The end of that gun was pointed directly at his chest when you pulled the trigger, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that, correct?
Yes.
And you still pulled the trigger, didn't you?
Yes.
Because you intended to kill Anthony Huber at that moment, didn't you?
No.
What did you think was going to happen then? You got a gun that's aimed directly at his chest. You pull the trigger. What did you think was going to happen?
If I didn't pull the trigger, I thought Mr. Hubert was going to kill me.
Maybe I misphrased my question. Let me try again. When you pull the trigger of the AR-15 and it is directly against Anthony Huber's chest, what did you think was going to happen to Anthony Huber?
Did you think he might die?
Be a threat to my safety.
Because he'd be dead, right?
Because he wouldn't be a threat to me. I don't know if he'd be dead or not.
Did you even care at that moment whether or not Anthony Huber lived and died?
Yes.
Your only concern in that moment was your own safety, correct?
Yes.
The next shooting is of Gage Grosskreutz.
All right.
We have stopped the video at a...
So I think, let me think here. I think PBS isn't showing it.
Him, isn't it?
I may cut away.
It's pointed downward towards his feet.
It's pointed at his body, some part of his body, correct?
Yes.
And he's no threat to you at this moment, is he?
Objection, Your Honor. He's standing in front of him with a gun.
That's an argument you can make. I'm
It's
asking
for
a question of the witness.
It's for him to answer.
Yes.
He's no threat to you at this moment, is he?
He is a threat. He has a gun in his hand.
You saw that gun?
Yes.
So at the moment, throughout all of these moments of your interaction with Mr. Grosskreutz, you were aware of the fact that he had that gun in his hand, correct?
Not until that moment.
I'm talking about from this moment on, correct?
Yes.
And of course, that's a handgun, right?
Yes.
And you have an AR-15, correct?
Yes.
And at this particular moment, he's not pointing his gun at you, is he?
Not at that moment.
But you've got your gun pointed at him, correct?
Looking at the video, I think I'm lowering my weapon. I think it's just a still shot of where you have it to where that, but I believe in the whole video I'm lowering it, and then he points his gun at me.
Can you help me understand, Mr. Rittenhouse, why Gage Grosskreutz, with a pistol in his hand, is a threat to kill you, but you, with an AR-15 pointed at him, is not a threat to kill him at this moment? Can you help me understand that?
I've been attacked by several people, and he decided to come and point a gun at my head. Well, first,
He hasn't done that yet, has he?
No.
So again, I ask you, in this moment, you told us Gage Grosskreutz is a threat to you right now.
Yes.
He's got a pistol not aimed at you. You've got an AR-15 aimed at him. Why is he more of a threat to you than you are to him?
Because he was moving at me with a gun in his hand.
This is right after you've killed Anthony Huber, correct?
Yes.
Right after you fired 2 shots at almost point-blank range at the man running towards...
He's arguably an active shooter at this point, arguably.
And you're telling us Gage Grosskreutz is the real threat at this moment?
Yes.
Can we please pull up exhibit number 80, beginning at frame 468?
Uh-oh.
This is an exhibit which consists of, what's the number, 732? 729 frames from the BG on the Go video that we just watched. This was prepared by James Armstrong of the State Crime Lab. I'm not going to show all 729, but I'd like to start at frame 468, and we're going to go frame by frame from there until frame 500.
Uh-oh.
Mr.
Okay, I think this is okay.
Mr. Stu, could you please slowly advance frame by frame until I tell you to stop?
Like the Zapruder film.
Mr. Rittenhouse, this is immediately after Gage Grosskreutz has stopped in front of you and you are doing something with your firearm at that moment. Do you recall that?
Yes.
You were asked some questions about what you were doing at that moment. Is it fair to say that you turn your firearm over and you're looking at it, you're examining it?
Yes.
But your testimony is you didn't do anything to actually manipulate it at that moment.
Correct.
Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. Please continue. Frame 500 shows you firing your AR-15 towards Gage Grosskreutz. At this particular moment, he does not have that pistol pointed towards you, does he?
He does.
His left leg has stepped across not directly towards you, but to the side of you, correct?
Yes.
He's reaching in with his left arm towards you, correct?
Yes.
He never steps back and puts the gun in both hands in a ready aim position towards you, does he?
He doesn't do that.
He never takes that gun with his right hand and stands there and holds it out with his right hand in front of him and aims it directly at you, does he?
No, he does this, pointing it directly at my head.
And you thought that's the way he was going to shoot you?
Yeah.
You thought he ran up close to you to shoot you?
Yes.
You understand that he could have taken that gun if he wanted to and shot you from 10, 15, 20 feet away, right?
Can you sorry, I'm trying to understand the question.
You understand that a pistol like that doesn't need to be right up close to someone to shoot, right?
Yes.
It can shoot from 10, 15, 20 feet away, right?
Yes.
Mr. Grosskreutz could have stopped 10, 15, 20 feet away if he wanted to shoot you and fired his pistol at you, couldn't he have?
He could have, but he didn't.
And your testimony is that you believed he ran up close to you and reached in with his left hand with his gun in his right hand because that was his way of using this gun to shoot you?
Yes.
Did you think he was reaching in to grab your gun?
No.
You didn't think he was going to take your gun away, did you?
I thought he was going to shoot me.
With his pistol?
Yes.
Which he never actually does. Correct?
Correct.
He never fires that gun at you at all.
No.
In fact, in this entire sequence of events, no one ever fired a gun at you, did they?
Mr. Zeminski fired a gun from behind me.
Did Mr. Zeminski fire that gun at you?
I believe so.
What do you base that on? Did you see it?
The video.
Did you see it?
No.
You're talking about back when the incident with Mr. Rosenbaum happens, correct?
Yes.
That happened while you and Mr. Rosenbaum are running across the car source lot, correct?
Yes.
At that moment in time, you didn't see Joshua Zeminski fire a shot, did you?
No.
You heard a gunshot, right?
Yes.
But you had no idea who fired it.
I believed it was Mr. Zeminski.
So that gunshot did not at all factor into your decision to kill Joseph Rosenbaum, did it?
No, Mr. Rosenbaum trying to steal my gun did.
So you didn't think that was a gunshot from Joseph Rosenbaum?
No.
You knew he didn't have a gun?
Wait a minute. Oh, I see what your question is now, okay. You didn't think that the shot which had been fired supposedly by Mr. Zeminski had been fired by Mr. Rosenbaum?
Exactly.
Okay.
So you heard a gunshot. You now know that was Joshua Zeminski based on watching the videos, right?
Yes.
But at the time, you didn't think that was Joseph Rosenbaum firing that shot, did you?
No.
You knew Joseph Rosenbaum didn't have a gun, right?
Yes.
And you certainly would agree with me that you don't have the right to kill Joseph Rosenbaum for something Joshua Zeminski does, correct?
Yes.
When you heard that gunshot, you didn't know whether it was fired at you or up in the air or at Rosenbaum or anyone else, did you?
I heard it from behind me, but I didn't.
You didn't know where it was aimed?
Correct.
You didn't feel it hit you? Correct?
Correct.
You didn't hear it ricochet anywhere near you? Correct?
Correct.
You received no indication that that gunshot was going to put your life in danger, correct?
I don't know.
There were gunshots going off all night long, weren't there?
Sorta.
Firecrackers,
Fireworks,
gunshots?
yeah.
Hard to tell the difference?
Yeah.
Right after you kill Rosenbaum, there's 3 shots right after that, aren't there?
Yes.
From very close to where you were.
Yes.
Yet you don't turn and shoot anybody there after you hear those, did you?
No.
So, getting back to my original question, in this entire sequence of events, no one ever fired a shot at you, did they?
No.
After you kill Anthony Huber, shoot Gage Grosskreutz, and attempt to fire those 2 shots at the person who jumped at you, you got up and you walked away, didn't you?
Yes.
And you're about, what, a block away from the police line?
Yes.
And you know that police line's there because you're running towards it.
Yes.
And there's really nothing in the road between you and that police line, is there? After the shooting? Everybody scatters?
No, nothing in the road.
So you have a clear line of sight from where you did those shootings to those law enforcement vehicles, correct?
Yes.
And you still have your AR-15?
Yes.
And the crowd is pretty much run after they hear the shots, right?
Yes.
You still have your medic bag?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
You never once offer to help anybody that you just shot, correct?
I don't.
Correct, you don't?
Correct.
Anthony Huber is lying there over on the ground after you shot him once in the chest, correct?
Yes.
You didn't know at that point whether he was alive or dead, did you?
I didn't.
You never went over to check, did you?
No.
You didn't know whether it was possible to save his life at that moment or not, did you?
I didn't.
And you didn't even care. You just kept on walking. Correct?
I kept walking to get to the police line.
Gage Grosskreutz, right after you shoot him in the arm, is yelling, "I need a medic." Did you hear that?
Yes.
That's in the videos, isn't it?
Elements of medical.
You don't do anything to help him, do you?
No.
You just decide to get out of there as fast as you can. Correct?
Yes.
If you had seen someone running up the street with a gun and the crowd was saying that that person just shot someone, like they were saying about you, you would have taken action to stop them yourself, wouldn't you?
No, I wouldn't have.
What?
You're running around putting out fires, aren't you?
Yes.
A shooting's far more serious than a fire, isn't it?
Yes.
You took it upon yourself to do the things that the police and the fire departments weren't doing that night, correct?
I helped put out fires, but I wouldn't say that.
You went around offering medical service because you didn't think there were EMTs or EMS that would be able to come in there, correct?
Yes.
So you took it upon yourself to do the things that you didn't think the police or fire could do, correct?
I wouldn't say I took it upon myself, but I was helping people with first aid and putting out fires at businesses.
So if you saw someone running with a gun and everybody said, that guy just shot someone, you would have taken your AR-15 and tried to stop him, wouldn't you?
Oh, the judge. Oh, the judge.
Reaction to him, Your Honor. I think
Oh
you
my
would react the same
God.
way.
The crowd is important in terms of it's a factor that bears on the.
The judge wants to decide when the crowd can be mentioned or not.
Otherwise, the crowd is unimportant, and what he might have done.
All he's talking about is the crowd. The kid is it
See
rather.
where we're going.
Understood. When you
Uh-oh.
back police
Oh, God.
and they, what'd you say? They pepper sprayed
Let's get
out of the
back.
road.
Yes.
Because they were going in there to do what you hadn't done, which is to try and help the people that you just shot, right?
Yes.
And then you went back after that to the 59th Street car source, didn't you?
Yes.
And you told them that you just shot someone.
Yes.
Someone, meaning an individual person, correct?
I wasn't meaning individual. I was saying I just shot someone. I just shot someone.
You were told by Nick Smith that the police were coming to your location, to the 59th Street car source, right?
I don't recall that.
And yet, you decided to flee, didn't you?
No.
You didn't stick around for the police, did you?
I went to go turn myself into the Antioch Police Department.
A couple of hours later.
An hour.
Actually, it wasn't a couple hours. He knows what time it was.
I'm asking the witness if the witness can answer.
Go ahead, you can answer, sir.
It was a couple of hours later, wasn't it?
No.
And in between
No.
leaving that location in downtown Kenosha and getting to Antioch, you were looking at social media, weren't you?
No, I wasn't. My phone was dead.
You had heard from other people that your name was out there, right?
Later on in the evening, I believe I heard something, but no.
You knew that your picture was out there, right?
No.
You're telling me, as you sit here under oath, that after those shootings, between then and the time you turned yourself into the Antioch Police Department, you had no idea that there was social media out there with your picture and your name as the shooter?
I'm trying to recall, but I can't. I'm trying to remember. I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Let's see what he has, right?
No
further. Wow.
You may step down, sir.
Wow, that's it. And quickly it ends.
Your Honor, I have a witness. But before that, call that witness. I need to use the men's room.
About a 5 to 10 minute break. Please don't talk about the case during the break. You may either use the jury room or you may remain down here in the library.
Wow. Wow. Well, listen, initially I thought that the defense, remember, this is a defense witness. So the question is, the defense chose to bring Kyle Rittenhouse. So we evaluated as to whether that was a good decision. The prosecution didn't decide to bring Kyle, but they, of course, were able to cross-examine him. Initially, I was thinking this was a good decision for the defense. I'm actually now thinking this may have been the worst witness for the defense. I'm not saying it changes my opinion as to what the verdicts will be, but I think that, you know, with the killing of Anthony Huber, I think that the self-defense argument is quite plausible. I think that the self-defense argument has been made much more difficult as far as Huberman. Rosenbaum, not Huber. Rosenbaum. I think that as far as Rosenbaum goes, the Kyle testimony makes him look worse. And I'm curious what people watching think. I still think the most likely verdicts on both are not guilty. I still think it's not guilty on both. I want to say thank you to Owen Coleman, Richard Tabar, Teresa Taylor, Aviva Levy for signing up
at joinpacman.com, putting us at 116 for the day. Really, really strong day. Also, Edward Steele and Pete Hodgkins have signed up on my website. That pushes us even further to 118. And then Rachel Nelson made a pledge on Patreon, and those count double today. So that puts us at 120. We are going to be opening phone lines. We're expecting there's only about 15 minutes left here. We are actually going to do our calls for the Friday show at the top of the hour. So I will not be streaming live, but you'll be able to call in if you want through the Discord. You'll also be able to listen to the calls to the Discord. So you can go to davidpacman.com/Discord, whether you want to talk to me or if you just want to listen. We're going to be doing that at the top of the hour. Yeah, davidpacman.com/Discord. Very, very simple URL. That'll be at the top of the hour. Super chats coming in. This hurt Kyle. Rosenbaum was murdered. Self-defense against Huber. Gage most likely not self-defense. David's reactions watching this is like watching a horror movie with my grandma who talks and yells at the people in the film. Oh boy. The Twitch ban is bad news for the mustaches. Very much so. The defense should have grilled him about crossing state lines. I don't know. The defense? I think you mean the prosecution, right? The judge must be getting flack behind the scenes. David, sir, I need the highest form of Medico because these coupon codes are just extremely nasty, lethal.
Elements of medical.
He's about to cry in the car. This is self-defense, no doubt, but he put himself in these situations. And if you knowingly do that, is it really self-defense? There is a statute related to that in Wisconsin. It's not actually being brought up, and I'm guessing there are reasons for that. Someone in the chat says visual aunties are not innocent. Yikes. That's pretty aggressive. This, I don't know how much more the defense, remember, the prosecution has rested. This is now the defense's case. We don't know how many more witnesses the defense has. Once the defense rests, there would be closing statements from both sides, and then the jury would deliberate. We were certainly hoping for a verdict before Thanksgiving. It's actually seeming to me like the defense might even rest by Friday or Monday. I mean, things are moving relatively quickly. I don't know if others' opinion. I don't know if I've not read anything about the number of witnesses the defense plans to call, but it's moving along very, very quickly. Bryce says not helping the people he shot when he was offering Medico and claiming EMT status only minutes before doesn't look good. I agree. It doesn't look good at all. That does not look good at all. Oh, there's a rebuttal and then closing arguments. Okay, fair. I did not realize that. Appreciate that. Many, many lawyers in the chat. I still think it's plausible we get a verdict by the end of next week, depending on how long there's going to be for deliberation. That's the other thing. We just don't know. You could have a week of deliberation. You could have even more. But when the verdict comes in, I'm going to be making every effort to cover it for you. Let me see if I have any voicemails related to today's testimony. We will be taking calls at the top of the hour. Let's see.
Hi, David. The judge really did a good job in preventing the video from being zoomed in on with the pinch technique on the Apple device. I can verify that this actually alters the video. I was watching one of your streams, and I used the pinch technique to zoom in on your face, and you turned into Jesse Lee Peterson.
Okay. Well, there's a real big indictment of pinch and zoom, that's for sure. Here's another one.
Hi, David. I'm a little concerned that maybe you're not telling the whole truth. I bet you anything that you had a whole big bucket of Lincoln logarithms when you were a kid and played with them. And you're being less than honest with them.
Lincoln logarithms. Maybe that's what he meant. Yeah. Maybe that's what was being discussed at the time. Really hard to say, quite frankly.
Hey, David. Dave in California. The prosecution is grilling Rittenhouse like a grilled cheese sandwich.
Oof.
Bye.
Oof.
Please proceed, Governor.
That's rough.
Hi, David. My name is Mary, and I live in California. And I was watching part of your coverage of the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, and things I've seen on other broadcasts and stuff is that this judge, I think he's totally biased, and I don't know if it's been covered by you, but he seems to flash that white supremacy sign,
What?
like the OK sign with the W that Trump does. And
Did anybody notice the judge doing that? I've not even heard that alleged. I didn't see that. People commenting on my commentary, on Stephen Bonnell's commentary about my commentary.
Hey, Dave. I just watched your thing about the explosive Stephen, Destiny, Bonnell, Kyle Rittenhouse rant. And the only thing I find disgusting is these people who find your position disgusting. I mean, you're absolutely right when it comes to your take on this case. And the fact that there are so many people out there calling you disgusting for being right shows what's wrong with the country today. So, don't take it personal. These people are just ignorant.
Oof. Big shot across the bow.
They show their ignorance. And that's all there is to it. Keep up the good work. I'm watching and I'm like what you do. So, have a good day. Bye.
Wow. Wow. Let's see.
Hey, David. Austin here. I was going to say, as far as the soundboard should stay.
Obama!
That one guy who says I have to go is a fool. He has no clue what he's talking about or what's funny. So ignore that guy. There shouldn't be a vote on it even. So just completely disregard what.
Wow. So a big attack there.
Hey, this is Jairus. So, quick disproof of the pinch and zoom. Take a picture of text, zoom in, no extra pixels.
All right. Big attack on pinch and zoom.
Hi, Dave. This is Deb. I live in Connecticut, and I've been watching your show for a while, and I really like it. And I've been following the Rittenhouse trial. And one of the things that I find very disturbing is that Kyle Rittenhouse stated in his testimony that he couldn't carry a pistol, obviously probably because he was a minor and couldn't get a permit, but he is allowed to carry an AR-15. Is it me, or is there some serious issues that we need to address regarding gun control? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, remember, the judge said he will later instruct the jury as to what are actually the rules, but it's no party if he was legally carrying that. Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Hey, David, it's Dad. I live in Connecticut.
Yep.
And I have been following your show for a while.
Oh, wait, no, this is just an abortive attempt at that previous message.
Hey, David, this is Vicky. I think it's completely unfair that you're making your mustache fight for its life every single day. A reprieve should be a reprieve.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's my girlfriend wants the mustache gone, so I'm telling her each day, she's like, is the mustache going? And I'm like, no, ma'am. We got 50 members. And she's like, well, when might it go next? And I go,
broke down telling jurors about the moment he opened fire the night of August 25th during the
unrest.
unrest.
Oh, my God. This is weird. Okay. Anyway, I have to at least offer a possibility for it to go.
Hi, David. This is Eric from Michigan. My question is for everyone there and for you. I'm curious about Kyle's account on Call of Duty. There's a lot of technical information in there about weapons, and when you're good and you play that game, you know what Full Metal Jacket and Hollow Points are.
Okay. Looks like we're getting down to the end here.
From Friday. And also his opinions as to what the defendant was doing that night and his self-defense and what he was thinking and believing, etc., the pursuit, etc. There's a lot of opinions in here about what the defendant was doing. The court's order.
Well, let me just interrupt. I think I stated that I would allow the imaging sequences, the measurement of that, and I think I said I would allow the observations he had made about the capacity of people to observe multiple objects. That's a poor way of summarizing it. That type of data, and when he talked about the car accidents, and I think it was limited to that. So he may have left over impressions or opinions, but I don't expect I would be admitting any of that.
And I'm not intending to.
Okay.
This new written report has those, so I am objecting. It should not be admitted into evidence or shown to the jury.
All right, I don't expect it will be, and if he's offered, it'll unless he's got some astonishing justification, then it won't be admitted because I said I wasn't. Okay. Now, the question becomes, how long will this take? Shame on me, it's 20 to 5.
Yeah. It's been a long day, too. I don't know if you did that.
But he's come here from Oregon, and you want to get him in?
Well, no, you're available tomorrow, first thing?
Okay. I don't want to start long, right?
I mean, if I thought you could get your direct in 20 minutes.
Absolutely not.
Then why don't we wait till tomorrow? Well, I shouldn't say that. Tell me what is expected course of the case after that, because
this is a good thing to know. This is what we've been wondering about. How much longer will the defense's case go?
With this witness 3.
Oh,
3?
We're down to the last 3 witnesses.
Raise your right hand.
That's what we have under subpoena. Well, Mr. Black isn't under subpoena. We have Drew Hernandez and
so it may be more.
To clear up the racking, the spent shell casings, and what evidence was recovered from each
I don't want to.
crime.
I thought Officer Van Wee testified to emptying the gun when at the hospital.
At the crime scene, number 2, event
Right.
number 2, the state is saying that my client, Paige
I know what's
Grosswitz,
being
re-racked
said.
the gun. If there was a
I understand that, and I thought that Officer Van Wee said that there was a full except for 8 shots, 8 bullets.
But there was no, the word I'm looking for, live round found at event number 2. So if there was a re-racking of that bolt, there would have been a live round. And
I counted and I came up with a full load, even without any bullet being found.
And additionally, that Mr. Grosswitz said he didn't know whether or not his gun had one in the chamber. Lukowski testified to it, and in fact, there is a live round right on the ground.
This is what your third. Okay, well, let's deal with the realities of it. Unless you gentlemen are prepared to tell me that you're going to send me your proposed instructions on within by 7 or 8 o'clock tonight, and unless you're going to tell me that you're going to argue for less than an hour and a half each, then we're going to end up either working Saturday or working on Monday.
Wow.
So let's take a vote here, because the jury did clear Tuesday, and of course, I think I read once that Abraham Lincoln, when he took a vote on the Emancipation Proclamation, all the votes were no. And then he said, but the deciding vote is aye. And so I'm going to take a vote about what you folks want to do, but that doesn't mean it's going to come out the way you want. So
What?
Who wants to work Saturday?
I'll work Saturday, I'll work Monday, I'll do whatever the court asks me.
Who wants to come back on Monday? Okay. So
Binger wants his weekend.
They don't care to, I'm going to vote with you on Monday. So, okay, so I know. Is it okay if I tell the jury we are hopeful that we will conclude the case on Monday?
Wow.
I understand that. Is there going to be extensive rebuttal?
I don't think it's going to be extensive, but
Yeah.
we do reserve the right to call
Sure,
the vote, yes.
I understood. Well, maybe I'll tell them I expect that we'll finish in the time which was given to us, which was included Tuesday. And we'll see what happens. All right. Anything else before I call the jury down? Oh, and then I'm going to dismiss them for the day. And we'll start in the morning with Dr. Black. Anything else?
Do you want the instructions by 7? Is that what you would?
Yeah, that'd be cool.
That'd be cool.
But if you, are you telling me that would be?
No, I'm telling you that I'll do whatever you want.
If you want, by.
All right, so listen, they're wrapping. It's been a long day. We're going to be doing live calls in 20 minutes on the Discord for the Friday show. So I'm going to end the stream. They're just bringing the jury back to dismiss them. Thank you to everyone who supported today's stream. If you want to chat with me or even just listen to the calls, you can do it on Discord in 20 minutes, 18 minutes even. davidpakman.com/Discord. We will talk about Lincoln logarithms and everything else that you want to talk about. All right, so we'll see anybody in a little bit and then back on this trial tomorrow.